Welcome in, guys. Start tapping them likes. Let's get to 5K as quick as we can, y'all. We got DZ, Deconstruction Zone, Justin co-hosting tonight. So this is going to be a good one. We had Joel reads Bible last time, and that was a great live. So tonight, I plan on having another great live here. Give me a second here. So let's see. Let's go. Welcome in, guys. Start tapping them likes. Let's get to 5K as quick as possible. We got Deconstruction Zone Justin here with us tonight as the co-host. He will be here shortly. We are going to have a great night of discussions. Anywhere Justin is, you know it's going to be a cook fest. Let's see here. We're going to skip that. Make sure. Welcome in, people over there on the YouTube. Make sure to click that thumbs up and subscribe over there on... I'm doing well. Make sure to subscribe over there on the YouTube. We are going to do one more month where everybody can chat, but after that, people are going to have to subscribe to be right in the chat. So subscribe now, and there will be no time where you will not be able to chat. Is there going to be some kind of debate? Yeah, there's going to be debates. Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, is going to be here, and me and him are going to debate against Christians. So absolutely, welcome, Stoke. Let's see. Bomb Poppy. Right on. Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much. Make sure that you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you interact with the live. Click that little heart every now and again. It does a lot to send the live out to more people, and the more people that are here, the better the evening's going to go for all of us. Video Ninja is not working still for me. I think I'm going to have to figure out something else. I think I'm going to purchase a call-in number is what we're going to do. Blessed Dad, why attack? I ain't attacking anybody. I'm just saying God doesn't exist. And I think it's important that as society, people in society believe true things. So I don't see that as attacking. I see that as wanting people to believe true things. I am waiting on Justin to get here, and I will bring you right up. I'm going to send him this link. Hopefully he will get in here soon, and we will be able to start our debates. I will bring you up, but just... Alright, let's see. I don't know what is happening. It's not letting me... Okay, there we go. There we go.
One more.
Oh, you're gonna have to come back to the live, and you're also you have an echo, so let's see if we can take care of that. So you're gonna have to unmute, and let's see if you still have an echo when you come back to the live. Oh, how old are you, and are you a Christian?
I think you lost him.
Yeah, I think we did. Oh well. That wasn't an atheist, but that's cool, P. Mars. Actually, the article says that he was a conservative evangelical Christian when interviewing his closest friends and companions. I like it how church talks, or people that are Christians absolutely lie about the details of atrocities. to deflect away from it actually being Christian people doing it. Atheism is just the ones. Justin, how are you?
Not too bad, buddy. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Having a few technical difficulties, but I think we'll get it figured out here. Okay, maybe now? Maybe now? Yeah, I think
I can
we're
hear
good
you.
now. All right, guys, if you disagree, if you think that a God does exist, you're a Christian, or even if you're a deist or Muslim, you can come up. We are mainly talking to Christians, but you are all welcome. We do not mind to talk to you guys as well. It's just mainly Christians we're looking to talk to. Hopefully we'll get plenty of people up in here for to talk to, Justin.
I'm sure we'll get some people filing in. For your the channel we're on right now, is this a new channel? Because you don't like all your followers are gone.
Yeah, this is a different channel. This is a new channel.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I still have my old channel, but I don't really do much on it. I make most of my videos over there, and then like my live stuff I put here in my scheduling.
Gotcha. Okay.
I had so many strikes over there that it was just getting ridiculous, getting banned within minutes of being live and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's super hard to keep an account once you start getting strikes. They start to just multiply.
Yeah, and they basically because I got an agent on that one, but he basically just said that I need to just not do anything for like 3 months on it, and I was like, well, then I'll just start another account. And
yeah, like what else are supposed to do? Just not stream?
Apparently. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the likes. Let's keep tapping them likes. Share out the live. We only have 23 shares. Let's try to get them shares up to 100 shares. Info. Nice to see you. If you have not become a member of the channel, it's just 1 coin to send one of those heart me's. And it does help out the channel if you send those, even if you are already a member. And over there on the YouTube, we have 36 people. Please, everybody, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. And make sure to interact in the conversation going on in the chat. There's a lot of good stuff that goes on in the chat every week. Or every time we're live. So make sure you're doing that. Stop with the misinformation in the chat. What information, Tech? If you want to come up and share with us the information that I have, I guess, shared, go ahead and do that. Too bad science didn't prove we shouldn't pew. Yeah, again, that was Christian. That was a Christian person that did that. It is crazy to me, Justin, that they will sit there and, like, lie. It's already been debunked. But they will continue to keep saying it over and over, regardless. They don't really care about truth, I don't think.
No, they certainly don't. They are concerned about trying to build a narrative.
That's definitely true. They're definitely concerned about building narrative. P. Mars really doesn't have much to give to a conversation anyway. That's why I haven't asked him to come up, but we will see. Isia is coming up. Let's see how this goes.
Hello?
Isia, what is your age, and are you a theist?
Theist? What's theist?
Yeah, do you believe in a god?
Oh, yeah. I am 20 years old, and I believe in God.
Can you be more specific on which god?
I mean, if you want me to describe him, it's going to be a long time. I believe that God cannot be born or begotten or have kids, and he's self-sufficient. He's all-powerful, all-independent, all-strong, all-wise, all-knowledgeable. I keep going, like.
Do you believe in the Bible or the Quran or anything like that?
Oh, I believe in the Quran.
Okay, so what's your best evidence that God does exist?
The best evidence that God exists, the effects of it.
what?
The effects.
Am
I
I the only
don't.
one having a hard time hearing him?
Oh my
Yeah,
bad. Sorry.
he said the effects, but I'm not sure what that means.
The effects of it, like the creation of Earth, the creation of the creation of any and everything.
Okay. So what makes what is your proof that the Earth was created by a being?
Because it's independent.
What does that mean?
Once it's independent, it needs to come from a dependent. No, it's dependent. It needs if the Earth or everything that's dependent, it need to go back to an independent source.
What's it dependent on?
Like it depends. It depends on that one supreme being.
No, that's what we're trying to get you to validate, right? You're saying that it depends on a supreme being. We're asking you why.
What you mean? Why? Like that's
Why
how.
would
That's how.
anyone believe that?
I mean, you don't. You have the choice not to believe it or not, but that's like reality.
No,
If
that's what
something.
we're asking for you is to demonstrate that that is a reality.
Oh, okay. So like, if something depends. Oh look, I just burped. Excuse me. But if something it depended on something and it depends on something, it goes back to all one single thing that's independent.
Why?
Like for example, I can't put an example. I can't put an example, bro. Like I'm sorry, I can't put an example.
I guess I hear your claim. I know the claim. We've heard this argument before. I guess
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how you came to this conclusion.
Uh-huh.
Why would I believe that the universe is dependent on something outside of the universe?
No, the universe depends on each other.
Oh, so we don't need a God then.
Not necessarily because it's still independent. No, it's still dependent. I'm sorry,
On
dependent.
what?
Like for example, the Earth needs the sun.
No, I'm just saying the universe in general, like the universe, because you don't believe that God just created the earth. You believe God created everything, right?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah. Why would we determine that the universe itself is dependent on something outside of it?
Because like it is go back to independent. No, dependent. I'm sorry, dependent.
Why would you think that the universe is dependent on something other than itself?
Like it depends on itself. Don't get me wrong,
Hmm.
but it makes it no longer independent. So if it depends on itself, it's not 100% dependent. So it goes back to an independent
Yeah,
source.
that's what I'm saying. The universe itself is dependent only on itself. It's the only necessary existence we know of.
Yeah. So it goes back to an independent source.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
That's what you have to demonstrate yet. You haven't done that.
Like what you mean demonstrate? Like
Right, you just keep saying that the universe has to go back to a different source. You can say it as many times as you want. You need to give me a reason why I would believe that.
so for some order to create something, right? Like let's say like something as in like like the universe, right? Once again, that like I can't give you a description. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not
I know, it's okay. So like to be
gonna
fair to you, like
lie.
you're using the contingency argument, at least you're attempting to.
Yeah.
And like there is a good way to deliver the contingency argument. I think it fails. Like even if you had like the premises listed in order, it still wouldn't work. So you're welcome to try a different argument if you want. But I mean, you're also welcome to go look up the formal premises of the contingency argument if you think that's helpful.
No. I'm good. I'm good. Good. I'm good. Good.
Okay.
But I just think right that it goes back to a independent source for something to be created, or I don't go inside. Like let's say like I go walk in the woods, right? And I see a house that's built. I'm not gonna say it was built magically by itself, but it had to be something to create that. You know?
What about a mud puddle?
You said a mud puddle,
Yeah.
like a puddle of mud.
Yeah, is like a mud puddle after a rain something that's created?
I mean, yeah. The reason why I said it because the rain, who controlled the rain, and who created the what's called the dirt to make it into that mud puddle.
Sure. So then if you just think that there's nothing in the universe that isn't created, that means you have no way of determining what is and isn't created. You just assume everything is created.
Yeah, because the intelligence of it.
Well, what's intelligent about natural disasters?
What's intelligent about the natural disasters?
Yeah. Yeah, like you're saying that the
Mhm.
the world we live in must be created because it's like intelligent, which I don't think that to be the case, but like
Yeah,
um
like
what
like
what's intelligent about the world that we live in?
like the whole concept of our DNA. Like there's information in our DNA. You need intelligence for that to create that.
I think information is like a pretty loose word, and I don't see why I would need intelligence to create that.
Like for a book, it's information a book, and it needs and somebody intelligence to create that. So same thing with
Well, a book is a type
DNA.
of information, though. That's the problem you're going to run into. Like,
The,
because go ahead, Joyful.
no, you go ahead, Jeff.
I mean,
Sorry.
technically, any combination of atoms can be considered information. I think DNA would be closer to what we would consider information because it's functional, like it has a purpose.
Yeah.
But um, like you would still need to demonstrate that you can't come up with information through natural means. Why would I accept that?
I can come out. I can come up with. Say it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So I guess what I'm asking is like, what would be a good reason for me to accept the claim that information cannot arise through naturalistic means?
Because like, if we have like I want to start from the. I want to start something small, right? Then we build our way up. Okay, is that cool?
Yeah, yeah, go for it.
Okay. So like I said, for example of a book, or it ain't gotta be for example of a book or the sample or example of a bottle of water, right? That water has a purpose, and that bottled water has information to make that bottle, to have that plastic to contain that water, right?
I mean, I don't disagree. That's why I'm saying like anytime you put anything in like a combination, like a different arrangement of atoms,
Yeah,
like we could kind of classify that as information maybe,
yeah,
but I think DNA what because you brought up the DNA argument, I think
yeah,
DNA gets you a little bit closer to the idea of information only because it has a purpose, it
yeah,
reproduces in some mechanism.
yeah.
But that being said, I think the question we're looking to answer is why would why would it uh, why would I conclude that information can only arise from like a creator, like a god?
Okay. So it won't. So like me use another example for shoes, right? It takes shoes to create. I hear echo. Joe, not gonna lie, can you go on mute? Like no disrespect though. So thank you. So
So
like, uh,
hey, Joyful, I think you've got some background noise that your microphone's picking up. I'm not sure what it is though.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
can I talk?
Yeah, yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
You good. Like shoes, for example. It take information to make shoes, and somebody has to be intelligent to make them shoes, right? So
Mhm.
same thing with DNA. It requires to have intelligence because DNA, you know. I
Well,
don't think because like a nature or a over time of dust or like evolution, we start having DNA and information. I think it requires intelligence to make that, you know.
that's what I'm asking for is why do you think DNA could not arise naturally?
Yeah, because I'm saying I'm playing the same logic with the it has to be somebody because like say for instance with a phone, it has to be somebody made that great
Right. But
creation.
but
It means
DNA and phones aren't the same thing.
no, I'm not saying they are. I'm using the same logic for everything else. It don't got to be necessarily a phone. It could be
And
necessarily as a tissue paper.
to be
That
to
tissue.
be clear, I could
Mhm.
use the exact same argument in favor of naturalism. I could say naturalism did create phones because humans arose naturalistically, and then we eventually created phones. So like I don't know it like this sounds like tangentially like an argument from incredulity, like partially, but it still doesn't really fix the problem, which is that like we would need some sort of
No,
demonstration
like
or some sort of reason to believe that information could not arise through naturalistic means.
okay. So like when you said they used the example of like it was really us humans then, yeah. I'm saying like I'm not disagreeing with that, right? Yes, humans did create like I want to name something else like a plug or a charger, right?
Hmm.
So okay, like a phone, right? I want to say phone, low key. Can I use phone real quick?
Yeah. Hmm.
So a phone, so a person create a phone, and our body is more intelligent than a phone. Our eyes is more clear than a camera. When if we like say we break a bone, we can able to heal ourselves. If we break a phone, the phone won't even heal itself. So if I was to say that a phone came out billion years and stuff like that, it won't make sense because it'll
How
need
long have phones been around?
phones been around like since my
A
the
couple decades.
1800s. Yeah,
Yeah,
100.
yeah, okay.
Please.
I mean, cell phones specifically have been around
Oh
for a couple
well,
decades. Okay.
if,
So, humans and other biological species, we've been around for billions of years. We've had billions of years to evolve.
yeah.
So, I don't think comparing 4 billion years of human evolution to something that we created a few decades ago is going to be like an apples to apples comparison. But I
I'm
think
not.
it still kind of misses the point, which is that we can look out and see like there's a mud puddle. Like it actually just rained where I'm at. So I can look out and I can see there's a mud puddle that naturally formed in my backyard. I
Mhm,
can find the difference between something that's created and something that's not created because
mhm,
I know phones are a created thing. I know mud puddles are not a created thing
mhm.
because I've witnessed the process of both of them. I can
Okay.
see mud puddles naturalistically forming without anyone doing it to them.
So I got a question.
So, what I'm suggesting is the universe as a
Mhm,
whole, based on what we know from science, seems to have just been a naturalistic phenomenon similar to a mud puddle.
I got a question.
Mhm.
So will you agree that our bodies is more intelligent than a phone?
I think that's an equivocation of terms. 'Cause when you say more intelligent, that's kind of a meaningless statement to make about a human body.
Like
I
our
mean,
body is
is
more intelligent than a phone.
are there more components in our body than there are in a phone? Like what do you mean by intelligent?
Like more intelligent as in like our eyes, like our body functions more intelligently.
I don't think it does.
For example, for example, for I say, if we was to hurt ourselves, ourself will heal itself no problem. But if our phone breaks,
But that's not
we won't.
intelligence.
That is intelligence. That's
That's
part
not
of it.
intelligence. Our brain literally hallucinates things that don't happen. Is that intelligence?
No, that's not. I'm not saying that part is intelligence, but naturally, our body and a phone is more than a more intelligence than a phone.
Well, I disagree. I think our computing power is much higher in today's age than what you can do with a brain. That's why we have
Yeah,
supercomputers that are cracking encryptions and not people writing down on paper anymore.
yeah. Because who's creating it? They're a human being, right?
Yeah, a human being created computers. Yes, a naturalistic universal phenomenon.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. Us human beings more intelligent because we
No,
can
human
create.
beings are not more intelligent.
There is more intelligent because we can create that.
No, we're not
Computer
more
itself cannot
intelligent.
create that.
See, this is why I asked you, what do you think the word intelligent means? Because you're just using intelligence to mean like complex.
No, I'm saying like intelligent in overall perspective.
Well, then I'm gonna go to supercomputers every day of the week.
Of course, but like it goes back who create that though? A human being, right?
Human beings created supercomputers, yes, and supercomputers are more intelligent than human beings.
Yeah, a human being cannot create. A human being can create a supercomputer. A
Yeah,
supercomputer cannot create itself.
no, we know a supercomputer is something we specifically created, but there's a difference between a supercomputer and something not created by humans. And how do we know the difference between a mud puddle and a supercomputer?
Like how we know the difference?
How do we know that a mud puddle is not created by a human being and a supercomputer is?
Because that's something naturally happening, right?
Yeah, because it happens naturally, and we witness people making computers. Like we know through powers of observation that we know how computers are made, and we know who makes them. We know the process to make them, right? Now, what we also know from observation is that mud puddles form naturally. What we also know from observation is that planets form naturally, stars form naturally, galaxies form naturally, forms naturally, except for the items on this particular planet that we saw humans and other animals specifically create, like beavers can create dams, right? So, what I'm suggesting is the majority of the universe is an uncreated naturalistic phenomenon. So, comparing our universe to a phone is no comparison.
I'm not comparing our universe to a phone. I'm comparing the human body to a phone.
But the human body arose from the universe. We evolved from the components of the universe.
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but I'm just strictly talking about human beings.
Right, but we evolved to be this complicated.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, okay. So you saying it's complicated? It's more our body's more complex than a phone, right?
I certainly did not say that. I
I'm
don't know
asking.
why you keep
I'm
putting that in
asking.
my
I'm
mouth.
asking.
What I'm
I'm
saying
saying
is
this.
that human beings are complex because we had 4 billion years of evolution that preceded us.
And I'm asking, is our body is more complex than a phone?
What do you think complex means? Again, you have to actually use words appropriately. What do you think complex means?
Complex mean is like unable to understand.
Understand what?
The what complex mean? Any not able to understand something, or it could be anything really. That's
I
complex.
don't know what that description means.
Like complex means like as in like confused, like confused and complex is the same thing, right? Like you know what I mean? Same word. You know
The
what I mean?
confused and
It's,
complex are not the same words.
so what does complex mean?
Complex means that it's typically made up of a large amount of something. So complex would be a variety that goes into making the whole of something. So like for example, if I put a soup together and my soup only had one ingredient, that is a non-complex recipe. If I made a soup and my soup had 1,000 different ingredients, that's a complex recipe,
Okay.
right? So
I'm
something
gonna,
that's
yeah.
complex is made up of many components.
Yeah, so I'm looking at complex. It's like four definitions.
Hmm.
All right, so the consisted of many different or connected parts. Uh, a group of similar buildings or on the same site. Oh no, that's not talking about that.
Yeah, but I think the problem you're going to run into is you're still not going to be able to demonstrate
Hmm.
that human beings were created. What you're insisting is that because we see complicated things being created by humans, that means we must be created by something else because complex things must be created. But that's a leap. We don't
That's
know
not. That's
that
what I'm
we
aiming
don't
for.
we
That's
don't know that all
that's not what I'm
complicated
saying.
things must be created. That's an
That
assumption that you're making.
I'm saying I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is right. If everything has information or somebody has to create, you're not gonna tell me like this shoe been created by itself by the natural causes or natural ways.
Right, but a shoe is not a natural product. A mud puddle is, a rock is, a river is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It go, like that's why I'm trying to put it. Like I'm not trying to compare the natural products to the what's called the ones has been created. Like I'm trying to get there with you. Like you know what I mean. I know it's
I
man
I
made.
don't think you're I don't think you're doing a very good job of articulating what's in your head. I suspect what's in your head makes more sense than what's coming out of your mouth. But I think what you're trying to say is that human beings are complex, mud puddles are not complex, therefore human beings created.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm saying as I'm using for example, let's say a deodorant bottle, right? It took information and somebody has to create it, right?
We are aware, yes, deodorant
Yeah,
is a
yeah, yeah.
created product.
Yeah, it's somebody has created. You're not gonna just say like, nah, it been created like thousands of years and stuff like that. But also a river has more of benefits than a deodorant. So you're not gonna tell me a deodorant just came in like I mean you're not gonna tell me like water just came in naturally if water has more
Yes,
benefits than
water is naturally forming in our universe.
I mean you see how I'm applying the same logic though? Do you see what I'm
I
saying?
I don't.
I mean, I'm saying water has more information or more of benefits than a deodorant bottle, right?
Yes, but
Okay,
it's
okay.
also
Okay, let's
naturally
start right there. Let's start
forming.
right there. Let's start right there. Please, please, please. Just deal with me for like 3 seconds, right? The water has more benefits than a deodorant. So it's something, it just something has to be created if that has more benefits than deodorant. Deodorant has
All
more has deep benefits as well though.
all that proves though is that what is naturally occurring is better than what creators create. That's all you've proved by what you just said.
You said what?
Okay, so water is better than deodorant, yes.
Yes.
You say that humans are better than phones. All you've so far been able to articulate is that naturally occurring things are better than what humans can produce.
Yes, I'm saying it, but it's like also it's like the intelligence of something that's natural, right? It's more higher than what we use now to this day. Like simple as a, I don't know, like simple as a toothpaste. Toothpaste we use on a daily day basis, and we know a human create that, or man made had a man had made that, right? But also if we compare it to like plants, simple as a cornfield, we agree that corn has more intelligence than or more benefits than a toothpaste. So we can't just say, oh, it just came here for thousands of years. I think we got to apply the same logic with corn. You get what I'm saying? It has to be something to create that. Cause we can use the same
No.
logic, you know?
Something having many parts or having a benefit for its environment doesn't require it to have been created. Plants on the earth existed before humans started planting things.
Can you say that last sentence one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Plants that are edible have been on this earth long before we learned how to farm.
Yeah, I'm not I'm saying I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not disagreeing with it. You talking about time frame. I'm not talking about time frame. I'm talking about the creation of it. Like
But that's
it
why I keep
has
saying is
I'm talking about the
you
concept of
can't
the creation.
you
You know what
can't
I'm saying?
establish that any of these things were created. All you're saying is, look, there are complicated things that clearly were created. Here are other complicated things. They must be created too. But that's a silly argument. It's actually self-refuting because I could use the same thing for God. You're saying that there's a mindless or a bodiless mind that has no brain and act like has no material existence and it created everything. But we've never observed a mind outside of a brain. We've never observed something that can exist outside of time. We've never observed something that exists outside of space. So like if the only inference we're making is, well, here's an observation, let's draw a conclusion, well, then I'm just going to say our observation is that mindless, immaterial
Well,
brain, like, or
I'm
sorry,
not gonna lie.
brainless, immaterial minds don't exist.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know where brainless come from. Can you like help me to understand you a little bit more? Like,
Yeah, the brain is the thing, in our skull that does our thinking. And like
yeah.
you're saying that, no, 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 there's actually a brainless mind that's completely immaterial, floating outside of space somewhere, outside of space, outside of time, and it just thought everything into an existence. But like by the same inference you're making from observation, I would say no, that's absurd because we've never witnessed a mind outside of a brain, and we've certainly never witnessed something completely immaterial outside of space and time.
But this don't mean if you didn't see it does not mean it not happened though.
But that's exactly. Thank you. Yes, yes. Okay. So what you've done is then defeated your own argument. You're saying, well, it can happen even if it doesn't fit our observations, and that defeats your entire argument because you're saying, according to our observations, we must have been created because complicated things are always observed to be created.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm applying the same logic. That's what I'm doing. I'm applying the same logic of something like we have something as in simple as a hoodie that's been created, and we understand that a tree is more complex than a hoodie, or a tree has more benefits than a hoodie.
I, I don't
I'm
know
just
what
trying
you
to
mean
find
by benefit.
like
Th
benefits, like
things that have benefits are things that like we decide what a benefit is. Like it's
benefit
a
like
subjective word.
I mean, like if we be real, a tree is more benefit than a hoodie.
Benefit to
We
who?
benefits for a human being.
So what? Who cares?
I mean, this is that's
That's why
why
I said benefit
this
is a subjective word. If there's
it's not.
so
If we need it, it's
benefit is
beneficial.
benefit's useless. It's a useless term in this discussion.
It's really not
If no
because
humans
if we
exist, are trees still beneficial?
no.
Okay, there you go.
Same
So
thing
it's
as
a
hoodie.
useless term. It's entirely subjective. That's what I just
Same,
said.
same thing as a hoodie.
Yeah, I agree. A hoodie is useless as too without humans.
Yeah, that's why we are living right now. That's why I'm using a hoodie and a tree as for example.
This might be the worst example I've ever heard for this argument.
It's really not. I'm
Yeah.
I'm applying
If
like I'm applying to everything. Like it can be any or everything. Everything has a purpose.
No, it
And
does not have a purpose.
any
We decide that things have purposes or not.
what you mean, like what? Everything
We
does have a
decided
purpose.
what purpose is. Without human beings, there's no such thing as purpose.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool with that. Okay, I'm cool with that. But we understand that a hoodie has a purpose, right?
Yeah, because we created it to have a purpose. We said, I would
Okay,
like an object to do this, and then we created an object to do that.
okay. That's cool. That's cool, right? So I'm applying the same logic with a tree, even though a tree been here since billions of years, right? I understand that, but it would kind of be like it won't make sense if you was to say, "Oh, it just got here just because it just got here." You know
It
what I
got
mean?
here because it evolved within its environment, just like we did.
Yeah, I understand it, but also who create that involvement?
Nobody created the evolution.
Okay, when you say that, it kind of don't make sense because a hoodie has a purpose, and we know a human being created it.
But we're
But
not
also,
hoodies.
what?
We're not
I'm
hoodies.
not saying we is.
Right, right. Hoodies are created because we created them. We know how they came to be. We witnessed the people making the hoodies. Okay?
Okay,
All the information we have about human beings is that we were not created, we were evolved.
you said that's the only evidence.
I I see. I'm gonna let you say one last thing, but your time is up.
Okay, my bad. So basically, like a close off. I'm gonna close myself off.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, so really, what I'm trying to say was, man, if if everything that has a purpose in our brain, in our human brain, that say that has a purpose, and something we know that has been created, we have to play the same logic with nature or water or such as a river or mountains, right? Or snow, rain. We have to play that same logic because you just won't say it's something so good for and
Oh,
All right. A
lost
whole
him.
lot of nothing with the first guest, guys. Sorry about that, but it was a whole lot of nothing. But yeah. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Keep tapping the likes here on the TikTok. Share out the live over on the YouTube. Just really quick, IK Sitorni. I don't know how to say your name. Thank you for the 249 euro. The Earth needs the sun. Oh my God. Okay. Unashamed Apostate, thank you for the 499. from one complex, intelligent, and confused being. Take my money and keep cooking. Well, thank you. I appreciate the $4.99, and I appreciate the keep cooking there, the inspiration. Justin, what were your takes on the argument there?
Well, I wanted to humor him as much as possible because it sounds like he's kind of new at the apologetics thing. But the watchmaker, he's basically doing an instance of the watchmaker argument, and the watchmaker argument fails because it relies on a pattern of observation, and it entirely ignores the pattern of observation in that we've never observed a deity creating anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to presuppose that there is an entity for that to make any sense to begin with. And then you have to prove that that entity does exist to be something that could create. So, yeah.
And it's kind of presuppositional in nature, because it just presupposes that information could not arise through naturalistic means, which I think he at some point he came up and or gave up trying to demonstrate that. But like we can make it just a plausible presuppositional argument that nature can create complex human beings or complex beings, and we're the example of it.
Absolutely. Is my background noise any better?
Well, I think it's better.
Okay. I turned down my mic. What it is the room I'm in has like it's a small room with a lot of windows, and the I think what everybody's hearing is the not grasshoppers but cicadas making noise. They are very loud around here right now, so I think that might be a lot of the background noise that was going on. Guys, keep tapping that screen. If you're not following, go ahead and hit the follow button. Join, become a member, send a heart me. That is only one coin, and it helps the live tremendously. Over there on YouTube, thank you so much for all that you guys are doing over there. We have 131 people over there. Please make sure to hit that like button and interact with the live. Rob, what is your age and are you a theist?
I'm not an atheist, and I am 46.
Yeah. Okay. So are you a Christian?
No,
Muslim?
no, I'm not. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious. I
Oh,
don't
okay. So you don't
want
believe in
any.
like Jesus or Muhammad or anybody?
Um, I, I really don't know. One way or the other. I'm not like, you know, I'm not religious. I don't
Okay.
belong to any organized
Oh, that's
religion,
fine.
but I am spiritual. So it's
That's fine.
yeah.
What is your best evidence that there is a God?
I would say, have you yourself ever um had made a bonsai tree?
No, I have no idea what that even is.
You don't know what a bonsai tree is? Okay. Have you ever tried to how do I put it? But have you ever tried to like um, know how your body um, metabolizes alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know how it does it?
I know that it has to do with my liver,
Right.
and
And
it
it's
like filters out, and yeah.
well, actually, it your liver like releases special enzymes and stuff and turns the alcohol into a different form of alcohol, and then after that it goes to a different form, which then your body can metabolize and get rid of. But that's besides the point. The point I'm trying to make is that it's very complex. The human body is very complex, and the intelligent design I believe, cannot be denied when it comes to the complexity of the human body and the everything that's capable of doing. And just
Why
like,
would?
yeah,
Why
just like,
would?
I got one more point to make. Just one more, if
Okay,
you
go
don't mind.
ahead.
So do you have kids?
Yeah, I
Children?
have kids.
Okay. So you know how kids are made, right? And
Yep.
so you know how you were made, right?
Yep.
So you were created by something, your parents.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that you know has been created by something else.
Yep. I agree. I
So,
think that that's absolutely true.
so don't you think that we were created by some kind of
Well, through
intelligent
natural
entity?
processes. No, through natural processes.
Of what?
So if you have an infinite amount of time with space, energy, and energy, it can do miraculous things. So it seems, which is where we came from. You have an eternity and a lot of fluctuations within the atmosphere, and things evolve, and they come into being through. I mean, it can be explained just as well with a natural explanation than with any kind of God hypothesis.
A natural explanation that
Yep.
humans just popped up over
No, nobody said
enough
that.
time?
We can't. All right. So, do you know what abiogenesis is?
And what?
Abiogenesis.
I know what biogenesis is, yeah.
Yeah. So that's how it began, and then those started replicating into self-replicating molecules that would mutate, and then that mutation eventually became a mutation with a metabolism, and that's where living things came from.
Okay. Well, so where did humans come from then?
A long time of evolution from that first living thing.
Okay. So when did humans evolve into humans then? Because you're
There's
saying we
no
started as
specific
multicellular.
time.
Well,
There's no specific time that we can. I mean, there's a roundabout time of when Homo sapiens first came to be,
so
but
before Homo sapiens, there was what then? We were
there were
monkeys,
several
or
different things.
what were we then?
We were nothing until Homo sapiens came into being.
So Homo sapiens just popped up. I mean,
No,
there's got to be a progression,
it
like a
was
progression
through a
from
long
multicellular.
time of evolution. We are apes. We're just another branch of apes.
This doesn't. I don't think that doesn't really make sense.
Can you explain why? Do you have something else
Yeah,
that
because okay.
refute?
So if you're saying evolution,
Yep.
okay, multicellular organisms over time evolved into humans.
Yep.
Okay, so the timeline of that would be multicellular to what? Some kind of like amoeba, and then to maybe like a frog or something. I mean, how do
Well,
you get
yeah,
from a
it would.
multicellular to a human? Because there's a big jump that you don't really
Yeah,
have
it
an
would
explanation
go
for.
through several processes of evolving before it ever got to humanity. Yes, it would take
Yeah,
a long ass time.
I don't think people fully appreciate how long 4 billion years is. Like, for example, human beings, our recorded history up to this point is only what, about 4,000 years or so? And think of like what has
But where's
changed
the
in just
chain
the
though?
last
Where's the chain?
4,000 years. So the thing of it is, I think people just can't appreciate how long even a million years is. A million years is insanely long compared to the current written history, and a million is a drop in a bucket for a billion.
True, but that's still, like they say, um, there's got to be, it can't be like multicellular and then boom, there's man walking around fully formed. You know.
And no one said
Nobody's
that.
Nobody said that. That's a
Okay,
straw
so
man of
then
the argument.
what were we before that then?
Billions of years took place, so there were billions of mutations, just like um, just like when they've created in a lab from amino acids molecules that are self-replicating. They replicate themselves and they mutate. Okay, this is something that was created in a lab just from amino acid and other atmospheric chemicals.
Created in a lab.
Yep, has been created in a lab, and these things self-replicate and they mutate. Every time that they self-replicate, they mutate. So just imagine that for billions of years, new mutations coming out of from a molecule. Eventually, you get to something with a metabolism, which is an organism once it has a metabolism and it's self-replicating, and then from there it just continues and continues to grow for billions and billions of mutations, and then here we are.
Billions of mutations.
Mhm.
Okay, so humans, the life cycle of a human is from a sperm, right?
Mhm.
That goes into an egg.
Yep.
And then, of course, goes through, replication, and, you've got an embryo, then you've got fetus and such. Then you give birth to the child, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So how did we come from, because if a child is born, who's going to take care of the child? If everybody is not even mutated to being a human. Do you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you do realize that, like, when there was finally Homo sapiens, there were also like very like beings. What that distinction? So, like, what would have gave birth in this mutation? It
To an
would
actual
have
human.
been so gradual, you would have never known that big of a difference. It's just like now we have developed to have several, or we have evolved even as humans in recent history to know that we've got rid of certain bones in our wrists that we used for crawling around more. We've evolved
But
in many ways. We've evolved so much in a little bit of time that even kids are being born more and more regularly without wisdom teeth because they're
yeah,
not
but
needed
that's
anymore,
those
and they're
are really
problematic.
minor. No, those are minor mutations.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
saying. But
talking
you
like,
have billions and billions of mutations, and you end up where we're at today.
okay, so how do you explain? Okay, so if that's your argument to explain humans, what about the other
Hmm.
billions of complex life forms on this planet?
Yep, they evolved differently than humans. Yep, from the same. Yep.
Okay, so where did the information for the genome come from
Hmm.
for the manufacture of the cells to actually form
You
all these
do
features?
realize that our genome is shared with the other apes, right?
No, I'm talking all the life on this planet: fish, reptiles,
Yep.
different mammals, birds,
Hmm.
bacteria,
That's why
fungus.
we only use 8% of our DNA, because the rest of our DNA is basically just history of the past.
Where did you get that argument? 8%. You
That's
only use
just
8% of our
literally,
DNA.
like, you can look it up anywhere. We use roughly 8.2% of our DNA. The rest of it is just useless stuff that is just a track record of the past. That's all it is.
Yeah, so the number he's talking to is from Oxford. And the Oxford study is suggesting that only about 8.2% of our DNA is actually functional. Like it actually needs to work.
So, but it still doesn't answer my question about, you know, all the
What?
biological information for all these different species, extinct and non-extinct, where did they
Yep.
come from?
The same place we did through evolutionary processes. They just
But
took
see,
different
evolution.
branches than we did.
Yeah, but see, evolution is what you're saying is slight mutations. Like, a horse can grow thicker fur, thicker hooves, but a horse isn't going to evolve into a roach. Okay,
No one
no matter
claiming
no
that a
matter how
horse and a
billions
roach
of
would
years.
evolve.
So yeah,
So there's
they
no
aren't in
way.
the same branch. They're not even
Right.
in the same
Exactly.
branch.
Exactly. So how could
Yeah.
some weird multicellular organism that's not even the same branch as a homogeneous evolve into that,
Into what?
into a human?
The same way evolved into everything else by becoming more complex over time through mutations.
Yeah, but the mutation doesn't affect the internal structure
It does,
of
yes.
the animal.
Yes, it does.
No, like a butterfly isn't going to evolve into a gorilla. You know what I'm
Again,
saying?
nobody is saying
It can
that
evolve
that's what
bigger
happened.
wings. It can
Nobody
evolve
is
bigger
saying that
wings.
butterflies evolved into gorillas. You gotta slow down.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, I'm using that as an example. You're
Yeah,
saying how we
it's
evolved
not
into this and that.
not
It's
a
not what
good
it's-
example. That's not what we're saying happened.
Yeah, you're saying things that don't make sense to evolve into humans.
What
Like
doesn't
there's
make
got to be a
sense?
spot. There's got to be a spot
What do
where
you think humans evolved from in the tree?
I don't think humans were evolved from anything. I think we
Okay,
were
so
made.
so humans evolved from primates that looked a lot like humans, and those primates evolved from other primates that looked a lot like them. These are very small changes over a long course of time. And when you have billions of changes within a species or within we'll say, I don't know, a group of animals, they look radically different than when you started. Like you're not going to take a billion years worth of evolutionary changes and look anything like what you looked like before.
Yeah, because it's not possible.
No, because billions of changes makes a radically different looking animal.
Yeah. Okay. I I see what you're saying, but it doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't hold water.
It
The
does hold
argument.
water. That's why literally the entire biological community pretty much has been on board with evolution for as long as I've literally been alive. Like, if evolution was problematic biologically, we wouldn't find that like 97% of biologists are completely on board with it. Like,
So the
do you think
only
the biologists are just all stupid?
um I'm not going to comment on the intelligence of biologists, but I mean, you can. That doesn't. That argument's really.
Just just to be
I mean,
clear, Rob, like for example, if you took your car to get fixed, let's say for example your car's acting up, you took it to get fixed, and you're like, listen, shit, it really sounds like it might be a problem with the radiator. Let's say you take it to 15 different mechanics, and every mechanic says, no, 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 it's definitely not your radiator. You got a blown head gasket. What's the likelihood that you got a blown head gasket versus a bad radiator?
um, I don't know because I would do my own self, diagnosing. I can work on a car, so that's not a good
Right.
example to
But
use
well,
because
so
I'm
canine
not
is it's actually a really good example because unless you're like an actual like SAE certified mechanic, the reality is like a real mechanic is going to know more than you. So like if you listen, I agree. I work on my own cars as well, but I
right.
also know that there's going to be times where I misdiagnose something that the actual professionals are going to diagnose correctly because
Well,
they're the
trial and error. But
professionals.
so the only way that you know how humans can come about is through procreation. It's having sex, and then a human is made, right?
Humans, yes.
Okay.
Well, kind of.
So
There's
humans were
that.
created.
I mean, we could pedantically argue that,
So they're
but
your kids, right?
Say what?
You created your kids, right?
You don't have to. That's what I've said. It depends on how pedantic you want to get.
No. Did you create your children or not? Of course you
Yes.
did. Okay, so they were created by something intelligent. Is that not a fact?
Do you think you
Do you
need
not
to
have
be intelligent
intelligence?
to have sex?
No.
Oh.
Are you not an
So
intelligent person that
my
created?
kids weren't created by intelligence. My family was created by
You?
procreation. Intelligence
Yes.
has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it did.
No, it did not.
Oh, so you're just a mindless robot walking around and you just fell into a vagina and then had a baby?
You
No, of
don't
course you
need to
don't.
be intelligent to reproduce.
That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is humans are an intelligent creature for the most
I
part.
agree, yes, and we can
Right.
reproduce no matter how dumb we are.
Right. Okay, so let's just agree on that. Humans have some form of intelligence. Okay, and they create other humans. Is that correct?
We reproduce, yes.
Okay, so intelligent creatures create other intelligent creatures.
Are trees intelligent? Because
In their own
trees
way, I believe so.
reproduce.
I'm talking to humans.
Yeah, I know. I'm illustrating the problem with your
That's
argument.
what
So we have plant life that reproduce.
we're not talking about plant life. We're talking about human
I'm
life.
talking
They're
about plant
both quite a
life.
different subject.
Plant life reproduce and they're not intelligent.
I'm talking about humans. Don't try to
I know. I'm
deflect the
demonstrating that the
argument.
reproductive argument's stupid because non-intelligent entities reproduce too.
But intelligent ones also do.
And so do non-intelligent ones.
Well, that's a mute point.
Moot.
You know what I'm saying?
Moot. It's a moot point, not mute point.
Tomato, tomato. So I mean, you have to agree that I'm right. Factually.
No, I agree that
You
you're
don't
making
agree that humans
I agree
make
that you're
other
making
humans.
a moot point.
Okay. Well, if you don't believe that humans create other humans, then I
We
don't know what to say.
reproduce just like plants and other animals do.
Yes, that's called creating something, dude.
No, literally it's not.
It's not?
It's called reproduction.
Okay. So you didn't create your children. You
I
reproduce your
reproduce.
children.
I'd
Which
say
is not
best
crazy.
case scenario, my wife created. That's the best case for your argument, but
No, because they need your DNA too. Your wife just can't do it by herself.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're trying to use the word create to lift a really heavy stone right now.
No, I'm using the word create because that's exactly how it applies to. I'm not trying to use a word that doesn't apply in the sense that I'm using it in.
is a sperm intelligent?
It has intelligence to a degree.
Okay.
How much?
I've never gave a sperm an IQ test, so I don't know. But it got basic intelligence. It's got programming. It knows what to do. That's how you got here. That's how I got here. Sperm.
What do you
No
what do you
one.
think
No one looks up.
intelligent means?
It's intelligence could be taken all types of different ways. You know, like street smarts intelligence, book smarts intelligence, emotional intelligence.
Do you need a brain to be intelligent?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think sperm have brains?
No. But
Okay.
that doesn't mean they don't have intelligence.
We'll try this again. If you need a brain to be intelligent and sperm don't have brains, then sperms are not intelligence.
Okay. You're using my argument. If humans make other humans,
you
then
nailed
humans
it.
have
Yeah, I
intelligence.
used your own words
Yes.
against you. Yes.
No, you're not against me. You just proved my argument.
No, I
If
proved that
humans make other
sperm are not
humans, which
intelligent.
is true, and humans have intelligence, then humans have intelligence and create other humans.
I've never once said humans are intelligent. I don't know why you're stuck on this point.
Well, we're not complete, non-functioning NPCs.
I've never said we were. I don't know why you think this is an argument worth making.
I'm not giving them
Then
an
why are
argument.
you making it?
No, this is not an argument. We're just having a discussion.
No,
You know,
an argument, an argument in the form we're using just means you're using a rational dialogue to come to a conclusion. I'm not saying that we're having an argument like mommy hit daddy at the dinner table.
yeah, I understand that. I understand that, but I mean, it's just I don't know. I just don't think that that everything on this planet and all the conditions and all the complex ways the human body functions, it's plus all the countless energies and different dimensions in this universe. You just didn't come from anything. It had to be intelligent design,
Why?
just like a car. The
But we're
cars
not
just pop
cars.
up. I know we're much more complex,
Yeah, but we know how cars came to be. We created them. We know that cars are a creation.
and
Now
we know
this,
how humans came to be.
it's like
We
he wasn't
make each
listening
other.
to our last conversation.
I'm listening to your
Did you
last
listen
conversation.
to the guy that was up just before you?
A little bit. He wasn't making sense, but
You're
he was
making
talking
the
about
identical
deodorant.
argument as him.
I'm not. No, he
You're
was
saying
making deodorant.
because
He was talking about
humans
deodorant.
create
I
things
haven't
that are
said deodorant.
complex and we're complex, we must be created. That's the identical same argument.
No. You
All
are
right, we'll
still
try
missing.
again.
Okay. My argument is that humans create other humans, and you can't argue that. You can't argue that, no matter what you do.
Yes, we
And if you
reproduce.
say
I agree. No one's arguing that we reproduce.
right, and I know you want to downplay the intelligence of humans, but humans do have
Once
intelligence.
again, not once have I done that. I don't know why you keep putting that on me.
Because you said it. You said
I did not say humans were not intelligent.
you. I think you did.
You're
But
having an entirely different conversation on your own in your head. I never said that once.
no, I don't think so. I'm not
Well, we'll
making that
clear
up.
this up. Humans have intelligence.
Okay. And humans make other humans.
Yes, we reproduce. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Therefore, what?
Therefore, um, that's how you were made.
Yes, that's how everyone was made. All humans were made through reproduction. We know this part.
Right. So
Yeah. Do
there was
do
no
you think
evolution. There
do
was
you
no
think
evolution.
humans are made through some other process?
No. There's just no evolution then.
That
There
is
is
evolution.
evolution.
No.
The fact that my mommy and daddy had the horizontal mambo for me to be reproduced says nothing about evolution. To be sure, the act of reproduction is a driver of evolution. When my parents' genes mix, I get a combination of their genes along
Uh-huh.
with a few mutations.
Uh-huh.
That's the leading driver of evolution.
Is mutations?
Reproduction is driving evolution. That's why if you study
Yeah.
like
How
if you
is
study bacteria and algae, you can
uh-huh.
study evolution in a laboratory and a lot faster because bacteria produce so rapidly, they introduce hundreds and hundreds of genetic changes in the time that like a mouse could introduce 5 genetic mutations.
Right. And they are still bacteria. They don't evolve into anything else.
They evolve into entirely new
No, they didn't.
species.
No.
Yes, they do.
No,
Yes, they do.
they do not.
Yes, they do. Bacteria absolutely evolve into new species, as do mice and birds. We've studied it in laboratory. It takes a minimum as few as 10 generations to evolve an entirely new species of bird.
And you're saying bacteria does the same thing. So what does
Yeah,
it evolve to then?
yeah.
A different type of bacteria?
A bacteria is a classification.
Correct. So what does it evolve into then?
Hey, ask the guy who does the evolution on bacteria.
You're the one that brought it up. So
I'm
tell
not
me.
I'm not a biologist.
Well, it sounds like they're just end up
Rob, I don't know
bringing
if you know this. Like
bacteria.
neither one of us are biologists. If you want to know the name of everything, then you could just Google it.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, like you're a journeyman iron worker. I went
Mhm.
to school for electrical engineering. Tony is joyful, does masonry, right? So if you really want detailed information about biology and evolution, man, you got to actually ask somebody in that science. Just saying like I don't understand how it works, therefore it can't be true, isn't like a good argument.
Well, you went to school for electrical engineering.
Yeah.
Are you still in the field?
No, not anymore.
Are you still a mason, a stonemason, or
Me?
a cement mason? Or
Yeah. Yeah, I do masonry.
so, do you agree that something has to be made and built? It just doesn't show up. Like a building just doesn't pop
He
out of
went right back to the
nowhere.
starting.
No, I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, I know how buildings are built from start to finish. I know how to create blueprints and all that. That all is created by humans. We know how that is done. I can tell you how it is done. What we don't know is that there's somebody that created the first human outside of evolution. There's no evidence that points to there being some magical person that said, "Hey, I want to make a person," and then people were made.
Yeah. Instead, we just came from like a multicellular organism into a fish,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yep.
to like some kind of weird walking thing on four legs, and then we mutated into some kind of bipedal hominid.
Yep. Yeah, we've got evidence for all of it. Where's the evidence that God is around?
Looking in the mirror, looking at your kids.
That's not evidence. That's wishful
Yes, it is,
thinking.
man. Come on,
Certainly
man.
not.
Looking at my kids just is evidence that I'm not a virgin.
No,
Whoop whoop.
Mm-hmm. Whoop whoop.
man. If you can't look
I
at your
got
kids
laid.
and see how amazing and how wonderful they are, then yeah, dude, there's just more. It's more than that, man. There's more than that, bro.
Yeah, this is just an argument from incredulity. You're just saying, I feel like there must be, this is a result from a God. I could use the same thing. I feel like when I look in a mirror that there's no God. Like, this is not a good argument.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't prove that there isn't a God, and
Well, well,
you know,
we actually
and
do have arguments for that. You haven't even asked us about that yet.
well, an argument is different than proof.
No, argument is based on evidence. Like, our arguments include evidence.
Well, so what proof do you have then that God doesn't exist,
All right,
or a higher intelligence?
we can start by flipping your watchmaker fallacy on its head, which is that if you think observation is evidence of something, like we've only observed, I would say, well, we've never observed a God creating anything. So observation alone, we need some sort of other evidence that he exists. So what could the other evidence be? Nobody has any, but we do have good arguments against these theistic concepts. So for example, I can only assume that you think God is necessarily good. He knows all things, that he existed for like forever. He wasn't created, and that he's in all places. Yeah, he's omnipresent.
That's not what I believe, and I've never stated that. So,
I I
put more.
started by saying it's an assumption.
Yeah, it is an incorrect assumption.
Okay, so what do you believe about God?
Um, I believe that whatever you want to call him, you know, the creator, the one, the source, you know, um, I believe that
You,
you
you
can't
haven't
prove it doesn't
you haven't
exist.
actually given a description of God. What do you believe about God?
Um, when you say God, I would call it the source. What do I
What
believe about the
what does that
source?
mean? That's a useless phrase. What does that mean?
Well, God can be a useless phrase.
Source is a meaningless phrase when you're saying God is source. What does that mean?
No, God is not source. I'm talking.
Those are the words that left your mouth.
No.
Okay, so what are the properties of your God? Describe it.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm trying to right now. What are the properties of your
God?
God?
Have proof. Your argument is, since we haven't seen an intelligent creator
That's
do
not my
anything,
argument, Rob. I need to know what kind of God you believe in so I can give you the argument against that God.
well, say I don't believe in God.
Well, then you're an atheist like me.
No. I believe in an intelligence.
What does that mean? Does it come from a mind?
An all-knowing consciousness. Yeah.
Is it immaterial?
Consciousness is immaterial.
Is your God immaterial?
Like, is he made of nothing, or exactly what do you mean by immaterial?
What do you think immaterial means?
Without material, he's made of nothing?
Yeah.
No, he's energy, pure energy.
What do you think energy is?
Energy is energy. The ability to
energy
do
is
work.
not a thing. Energy is a measure of the material.
Energy is a thing.
No, it's not.
Energy is not a thing. Yes, it
Energy
is.
is not a thing.
Energy is not a thing.
Not only have you not studied biology, you haven't studied any science. Energy is a property of things. Energy is the measured rate of change in any given thing that actually does have existence.
Energy is everything.
No,
we
it's
are
not.
all energy. Yes, we are.
That's incorrect.
No. Rob, we're coming to the end of your half hour. If you'd like to say something to end it off.
Yeah. He's okay. So you said that you have no evidence that intelligent life or a God has created life, so it must not be possible.
We never said that.
Seen it. What did you said something like that?
Nobody ever said that, Rob. That's exactly why your time was cut short. Let's see, and we have plenty of people in here. Guys, thank you for being here. Just quick commercial. Keep tapping them likes. The goal is to get to 100K likes. We are live till 9:30 or 9:30 Central Time. So keep tapping them likes, guys. Let's try to keep on task to get that done. Share out the live. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're not following this channel, follow this channel. My other channel does not do lives. I may get on there sometimes if I have free time and do like a live or something. But for the most part, this is where we will be from now on, is this channel. We have 1 month of doing these lives with me and a co-host, and that's how it's going to stay. We do have some lives coming up where I will not be here at all, but it will still be on this channel. And we have Crystal and either Sam or Schley, I'm not sure yet. And then we also have Tiny Smaws and Hammy doing a night where they will be the two up debating on this channel. So make sure to follow. Lots of good debates, and we are live every Monday and Thursday. Whether I can be here or not, we will have somebody here hosting the debates. Over on YouTube, thank you so much. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Mess with that little heart over there by the chat thing every now and again. That does help the live. And thank you guys for being here. Let's move on to our next guest. Yeah, that was just... He came up and literally just ran with the same exact argument we just smashed right before. And I think people were
wild that they don't listen.
It. Yeah, they never... I don't feel like they ever do. I get that all the time.
Let's see.
Debate Doc, you've got some bars there.
Hopefully it's cleared up.
Oh, there you go. What is... Oh, Dr. Joe, thank you for the subscription, guys. Also, if you are subscribed over at Joyful Apostate, drop that subscription. That subscription is not going to get you anywhere. Subscribe over here. It helps the channel, and also you can get a lot of perks while we're doing these lives. I am working on getting a lot more perks out there for subscribers and members over on the YouTube. So stay tuned on that. Debate Doc, what is your age, and are you a believer in God?
31. I am not. So you can drop me immediately. I will not take much time. I'm an MD.
Okay.
I kind of have a mission that I'm trying to fulfill on TikTok that has kind of increased the sort of scientific, particularly medical related, but kind of scientific literacy of like
Yep.
the debate space. So I just had a couple of things that I thought could be helpful. If you guys kind of run into similar debates in the future, if you're interested in hearing about it.
Yeah, we can do a couple minutes there before we bring up our next guest.
Sweet. So I think you guys mentioned kind of like bacteria and antibiotic resistant bacteria. I think that's a great example of like evolution. And there are actually some videos online, I think put out by Harvard, where you can actually watch the development of antibiotic resistance in real time. Like they have, like these large kind of bacterial culture plates, and they've got antibiotics kind of impregnated into the culture media. And they have like bacteria sort of on like the edges, and you can like watch the bacterial colonies kind of slowly sort of invade into the kind of like antibiotic impregnated areas as they like develop, resistance genes and then pass them among each other. Like the common one, you got like, MRSA, it's like a penicillin resistant bacteria. They've got an enzyme called beta lactamase because penicillin and kind of penicillin derivatives like methicillin are beta lactam antibiotics, and they're kind of dependent on this like beta lactam ring, and so this beta lactamase breaks the ring. Well, bacteria have these segmented genomes, and so they've got these like bacterial plasmids, these little kind of circular bits of DNA that can pass between each other through like these little kind of tubes, really. And so one of them can develop this antibiotic resistance gene and then just share it with other bacteria, and you get this rapid kind of spread of antibiotic resistance among the population. And so it's a really cool example of like real-time kind of evolution. So I think that's a fun one.
That's interesting.
And then a couple of examples of like modern evolution that I think are fun to bring up that are kind of like happening in modern humans. One of them is that our jaws are on the whole getting smaller as we eat more kind of like processed foods that are easier to sort of chew, and like you don't have to have as big of a jaw. It's why wisdom teeth are becoming problematic. As our jaws were larger in the past, you wouldn't get as much kind of impaction and issues like that. But our jaws have been shrinking, and actually kind of concurrent with that, wisdom teeth have been kind of disappearing. So there's a general trend of kind of people evolving to not have wisdom teeth. So that's kind of cool. Wisdom teeth are sort of phasing out. So there's a like a semi-distant future of people who would no longer have to get wisdom teeth removal surgery.
That would be nice. I actually am getting one next week, and it's going to be awful.
Well, man. And then I got one more. It's super quick.
All right, one more, real quick.
The other one is lactose tolerance. So that's like a relatively recent, like evolutionary trait, and it occurs in populations that are, kind of historically dependent on, kind of like dairy livestock animals, goats, cattle, etc. So it's common in like Europe because they needed these hardy livestock animals that could produce dairy that they could kind of survive on because it's generally kind of colder climate. Similarly in kind of Mongolian populations, whereas like a lot of kind of East Asian Native American populations don't have it. So it's the development of this lactase persistence gene, because otherwise, after people are no longer babies, they kind of lose the ability to produce lactase. And so like this has been a recent kind of evolutionary trait in the past, few thousand years. So
right on. Thank you for that info. I do appreciate that. Debate Doc, do you have a YouTube? Somebody in YouTube asked, and I was wondering, I was going to ask that for them just really quick here.
Oh, I do not. This is a very like nascent thing that I'm just kind of getting going. So maybe one day, but at the moment, no.
Okay. Well, that answers their All right, let's bring up our next guest. Justin, I have to step out for just 1 second. I will be right back if you want to talk to Rocky for a second.
Yeah, not a problem. Welcome in, Rocky.
Hey guys.
And do you believe in some kind of a God?
I am. How about
Well, I'm not a believer. Rocky, can you get a little bit closer to your phone? It's a little hard to hear you.
is that a little bit better?
We can work with it though. Rocky, which God do you believe in?
The only God. Yahweh?
So you're a Christian.
Yes, sir.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence?
Oh, that his claim was true, that he came to save us from our sinning. And so he told us to follow him in his ways. So then he came down to the earth, told us to walk in them. And then we would stop being in iniquity against ourselves, him, and other people that we say that we love. Iniquity being we're made for his image only. And stepping outside of his image caused untold suffering. And people like the heretics that you two are that mislead people. And
we
so
don't
there's
sin
a whole
anymore.
there's a whole lot of that going on.
Oh,
A
he's
whole
gonna
lot of
crash out
there's
hard,
a lot of
isn't he?
war. There's a lot of stuff going wrong.
He's gonna
on
cry,
there.
actually.
Oh, I knew he was going to cry when he was in the chat crying before he ever got brought
It's
up.
not about crying. It's about souls, and you guys don't care about God or
He's
people, and
crashing
that's a big deal.
hard.
That's not you're not men yet. That's a big deal to not be a man.
He's crashing
Hey.
real hard.
Hey, Rocky, why should I believe in your Jesus?
As I was saying, because his claim was true. He
What
came
claim?
down to the earth, and then he said, "In my ways are life." Before Jesus, we did a
I'm
thing
sorry.
called.
Did we still die?
Excuse me. Before
still die?
Jesus, excuse me. Can I finish my sentence, or
Did you pass gas? What's the problem?
what? What? Excuse me.
You did it again?
Are you a grown man?
You're not.
You
Why are
believe
you
in
randomly
fairy
interrupting
tales,
the
Rocky.
conversation?
Rocky,
He
why are
asked me
you
a question,
accusing
I
us
was
of being
answering it,
children?
and then you're randomly talking. Deconstruction zone. I was answering
we're
a
gonna-
question. The host asked me, and then you're
Right.
randomly
It was
talking.
the same answer you gave before, and I already
Excuse me. Can you be an adult?
I already heard it the first time.
Oh,
so
you didn't hear.
my question was about
It's
the
called
answer
having
you were
respect.
giving, which
You
is
call
what I was
yourself a
doing.
man,
I was
and you can't have
actually
respect
looking
for another person in
clarification on the
conversation.
answer
That's
that you were
interesting.
giving, which is that do human beings still die?
Zero patience is an interesting thing that shows you're what if you should be teaching or not.
Do human beings still die?
Not if they believe in Jesus. We walk forever.
Can you prove that?
Jesus hides wisdom away from the. Excuse me, you're laughing at Jesus is interesting. I don't know why you're laughing.
no,
at
you
Jesus.
Well,
can't.
Yeah,
Jesus
you're
is
laughing now.
These are
Mark,
some empty
When you burn
claims.
alive for eternity,
Oh,
you
here
won't
it
be
comes.
laughing then.
He's got
That's not a
nothing
joke.
but
Yeah,
threats
when you
to that.
mislead people,
Rocky,
yeah,
Jesus didn't
you think
fulfill
it's
a
a joke?
single prophecy. Did you know that?
Rocky, Jesus isn't really God. Do you know that you'll burn for that? Do you know that
Rocky,
you'll burn for getting Jesus
no,
wrong?
Jesus.
You'll
Jesus
burn
was a
for
cuck.
getting Jesus
Jesus
wrong.
is a cuck.
You will
even
burn
according
for getting Jesus wrong.
according to the
You
Bible,
think this
Jesus
is a joke?
is a cuck.
You think Jesus
I think
is a
you're
joke?
a joke, Rocky.
I
think
think you
are.
Game?
Rocky,
You
I
will
think-
burn
I'm going to
alive.
I
explain to you
think you're
something.
a joke, buddy.
So according to the Bible, Jesus
You will
was a
burn
cuck,
alive
or
for
is a
eternity for
cuck.
getting Jesus.
According to the Bible itself,
Not a
Jesus is
man.
a cuck, and this is why. Because
You're not careful.
my wife was a Christian for a long time,
Not
which
a man.
means she was his bride,
Zero.
and supposedly he's
Not a man.
everywhere. So
These are
he
not
watched
men.
me. He watched me fuck
They
his
will only
bride
lead
several
you-
times. So Jesus,
They will mislead.
by the Bible,
These men will
is a
mislead.
cuck.
These men will mislead you. These men will mislead you. This right will mislead you. These men will These men will mislead. This will mislead. you.
Rocky, can you name us one messianic prophecy that
You're a-
Jesus fulfilled?
Jesus fulfilled. Jesus. Why are you? They're muting. Zero care. Zero humility. No patience. They're mockers.
Are you
Can-
done
They asked me a question and
crying,
won't
or-
even let me answer it. They're mockers.
You
Look at
done
them.
crying,
Zero
or-
character. They don't care about people. They have
The-
zero
the end-
respect for
the
themselves,
endless
others,
crying
and
is
God. Look
wild.
at how they are acting. They can't even have a conversation. Not even have a.
Answer the question. Is there a single prophecy Jesus fulfilled?
I was trying to answer.
We will not mute you again if you answer.
You were playing games muting me when I was trying to answer.
All right, let's have the answer.
315 prophecies that Jesus
Name
fulfilled.
one.
315.
Name one.
315.
Yeah, name one of them.
Name it.
If you get Jesus wrong, you will burn forever.
You can't give us a prophecy, guys. This is Rocky can't even give us one prophecy. All right, tell us the prophecy.
Starting with this one. You think this is a joke? You think Jesus' blood is a game? You think
tell me the prophecy, messianic prophecy.
You think Jesus is a joke?
Tell me
the Jesus is a joke? You'll burn.
I'm gonna start muting you again. You're gonna get muted unless you answer the question. You have to answer the question. Name, unless the next word out of your mouth, you're going to get taken down. The next word out of your mouth had better be a messianic prophecy Jesus fulfilled, a scripture reference, and what it says.
You will burn in hell for getting Jesus wrong.
Look at him. He doesn't have a single prophecy. He knows none of them. He knows zero prophecies.
I'd love to give you a couple.
Go
ahead. This conversation.
Then do it.
I just want to let you know that you'll burn for playing games with Jesus. You think it's a joke?
That's fine. Jesus is a piece of shit. All right, so
you'll burn forever.
Yeah, I'm glad. I want to burn forever.
Yeah, you'll be on fire and you'll cause other people's deaths.
And you're going to burn
selfish.
forever.
It proves that you don't know God. You're selfish. You don't care about God or other people.
No, God isn't real and neither is Jesus. So now what we need you to do is give us a messianic prophecy, Rocky. I don't care about your meta commentary. I don't care about your bullshit about hell. Tell me a messianic prophecy Jesus fulfilled.
You'll burn alive for eternity.
He can't stop himself.
He doesn't know
he can't do it.
a single messianic prophecy. He doesn't know a single one.
You think Jesus is a joke? I'm warning you.
He's never read the Bible.
They have no idea what's in this book.
Yeah. He loves Jesus so much, but yet he's never read the Bible. This is interesting, Rocky.
I love these guys that are like totally cucked for Jesus, but they couldn't bother to read his book. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Nothing but mockers.
Tell us a messianic prophecy, Rocky.
Anywhere.
Tell me one.
This is what deceived looks and sounds like.
Still waiting.
Tell me
watch very closely,
a
guys.
messianic prophecy.
Look at them.
Rocky.
Take a look at them.
Rocky doesn't know his Bible.
They think this is a joke, misleading people away from God.
There's
Take
351 of them.
That is the enemy right there.
Give me one of the 350 prophecies.
Pray for those people, or else you
just give me one prophecy, Rocky. One prophecy. That's all I'm asking for.
No one cares about your hell till you can prove it's real.
Jesus hides wisdom away.
Tell me a messianic fucking prophecy. This is your last
Zero
chance.
patience. Zero.
There he goes.
Okay, I'm just.
Rocky doesn't know his Bible, and he just proved it in front of 500 people. He has no clue what his Bible says about Jesus and his messianic prophecies.
I will never understand why people think screaming about hell to you is going to change your opinion. Crazy.
What I like is I can actually use scripture to prove that Jesus was a cuck, and still is. All right, and they can't even provide one single prophecy. Steve, what is your age, and are you a Christian?
I'm 21. I'm a bit of a youngster.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Yeah, like a lot of people don't consider me a Christian because I'm LDS. Like a lot of people are like, oh, they're not Christians, but we believe in Jesus Christ, like every other Christian faith, and I personally do as my Lord and Savior. And I've been watching this live.
Actually, I think we agree with you. I think I could be wrong about Joyful, but I think we consider Mormons Christians.
Okay,
I do.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I've been watching the live for a little bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, but are you a Christian yourself?
I'm an ex-Christian.
Okay. All right. Sweet. How long have you been an ex-Christian for? Like, were you raised
About
Christian?
4 years.
Were you raised Christian or?
Yep. I was raised Christian. I was a pastor for 10 years.
Oh, wow. Well, that's awesome. I guess, like, why did you stop believing in God, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, there's a bunch of reasons. One would be that there is a lot of contradictions between the Old Testament and the New Testament in regards to what will make somebody righteous. There's a lot of contradictions between the New Testament and the New Testament on what salvation looks like, between Paul, Jesus, and the apostles. And then also, Jesus not fulfilling any of the prophecies is a real blow to Christian ideology.
I guess, I guess what my question is like, what prophecy did Jesus not fulfill? Like, I'm just asking because to me personally, it seems like he fulfilled a lot.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus fulfilled Isaiah chapter 7 about the virgin birth?
The virgin birth? Yeah, I do. Like, in Matthew, it talks about the angel Gabriel appearing to Mary and saying that she was highly favored of God. And after that visit, it says that the Holy Ghost she was filled with the Holy Ghost. And we know, at least I believe that is how Jesus was conceived, is like through the Holy Ghost. Like, that's a little, yeah, like that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, so have you ever read the actual prophecy in Isaiah about the virgin birth?
I personally have not, no.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you actually read it. I'll read it, and then I'm going to let Justin kind of narrate, because he is more well-versed than me, but I'm going to read it and explain, and then Justin's going to explain to you why Jesus didn't fulfill this, okay?
Okay.
Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, "Ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be deep as Sheol or high as heaven." But Ahaz said, "I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." Then Isaiah said, "Hear then, O house of David. Is it too little to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey. By the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, for before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. The Lord will bring on you and your people and all your ancestral house such days as have not come since the days that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. Justin, do you want to explain why Jesus wouldn't have been able to fulfill this?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things happening in Isaiah 7. To set the background, there's a war currently going on between King Ahaz and 2 kingdoms to the north, the northern Israelites and the Arameans, who made an alliance. And so the prophet Isaiah is going to the king in Judah to give him a word of strengthening, to tell him, like, listen, it's okay. You need to have faith. God is with you. They're not going to succeed, right? Which is why the prophecy ends with, before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So for the prophecy to make sense, it's obviously about a child that was conceived during the reign of King Ahaz and was about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking Ahaz, their lands are going to be laid waste. And then they did get laid waste. And God told you how. In verse 17, he said it's going to be by the Assyrians, 17 and 18. And then if you read chapter 8, the Assyrians come in and they wipe out those 2 kingdoms.
Okay.
So I guess, I understand that Matthew interpreted Isaiah as talking about a virgin birth, but the problem we have is there's no Messiah mentioned in chapter 7. The
That is
child
true.
is kind of insignificant. And the other thing too is the word virgin isn't really in the Hebrew text. It refers to her as Ha'el Mahara, which means a pregnant young woman in Hebrew.
Yeah, like that is true. Like we know, well, we don't really know how old Mary was when Jesus was born. Probably in her like early teens, because a lot of folks that age got married at that young. Like they were around 17 and 14.
Sure. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you could believe that Jesus was born of a virgin, like that's something you could still believe. But to believe that that happened because it was prophesied by Isaiah 7, I don't think that's a coherent thing to believe because Isaiah 7 is clearly talking about a child born during the reign of Ahaz.
Okay. I guess. All right. I guess I could somewhat agree with that. Like I still personally believe that Isaiah was talking about Jesus, but I can see how that would line up. But
Sure.
another.
What about, sorry to interrupt, what
No,
about Isaiah
please.
7 do you think would point us to Jesus?
Um, Honestly, that it's simple right there. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. That right there, I think, would be talking perfectly about Jesus, because Emmanuel means God is with us, and Jesus is the Son of God. Like he was sent down to um like make the sacrifice for all of us so that we can return to live with God. And in fact, later in the Bible, he even said, like, even as the Father is, I am. Like, he was pretty much telling him, like, if God were to come down and teach you, he would say exactly what I'm saying. So, in other words, Jesus was with us. Like, he was God with us during his mortal ministry.
No, I get that, but Isaiah 7 doesn't say anything about a virgin. It says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, so she's already pregnant, and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. So the child is born during the reign of King Ahaz.
Okay.
Right? So if it's a child born during the reign of Ahaz, it certainly isn't Jesus. Jesus came 725 years later.
Yeah, that is true. I guess, well, if Jesus didn't fulfill this prophecy, what about another prophecy from Isaiah, where he says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he had anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to preach deliverance to the captives, and the recovering of sight to the blind. Wherefore, this is the year of the Lord. Like, Jesus did do all of those, like, during his mortal ministry. Like, he gave sight to the blind. He also preached deliverance to the captives. He helped people. And not to mention, he raised people from the dead as well, which was another prophecy that was given as well.
Well, no one rising from the dead is in the prophecy you just quoted from, but I want to point out that
No,
what
not
you,
in that specific prophecy. No.
right, but what you're doing is you're saying, look at what Jesus did, and then you're going back to the Old Testament and you're saying, wow, this really sounds like Jesus. But that's not really how prophecies work. Like you have to look at the time period in which the prophecy was given and the surrounding context. Who was the prophet talking to? What did the prophecy mean to the people who heard it? And what possible events could he be referring to? Because in Isaiah 61, that's where you're quoting from. In
Hmm.
Isaiah 61, it's clearly the prophet himself, whoever you think Isaiah is, the Spirit of God is upon that prophet bringing good news to the Israelites. Why is he bringing good news to the Israelites? Because he's now telling them that their time of service in Babylon is over. They were captives in Babylon for 70 years, well,
Yeah, that
about
was
70
about.
years.
Yeah, that was about the time of Jeremiah, though, I believe, when the Babylonians took over Jerusalem.
And
Is
second Isaiah. So second Isaiah or third Isaiah is written during maybe the middle, close to the end of the Babylonian captivity, and almost everything in third Isaiah is about the post-Babylonian restoration. And it doesn't become clear if you read it, right? So go on to the next verse, right? says, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them garland instead of ashes, oil of gladness instead of mourning, a mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They will raise up the former devastations. They will repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. This is the description of what was supposed to happen to the Israelites after they were freed from the Babylonian captivity. They were supposed to rebuild all of their ancient ruins and be wealthy and prosperous again. And if you read the whole chapter, it reads exactly like that. I mean, these are obviously prophecy about a people group. Verse 9, their descendants will be known among the nations and their offsprings among the people. You know, it's just about the restoration of Israel.
Okay.
I would add one thing, sorry to pile on. I would add one more thing, is the part that people like to apply to Jesus, that's 61:1. I mean, that could apply to anybody. I mean, Emperor Vespasian healed a blind person. Like, if the only part of the prophecy that came true is like the generic part that anyone could have done, I don't know if I'm all that impressed.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I get where you could be coming from with that. I guess here, I'll just throw another scripture out here, at least one that I believe as LDS to be companionship to the Bible. This prophecy was probably given about 400 years before Jesus came. And this prophet name was Alma. And he was teaching his people in ancient America. And he was talking about Jesus specifically. He talks about how he will be born of a virgin. And not to mention, he even says later, and I quote, "And he shall go forth suffering pains and afflictions and temptations of every kind. And this, that the word might be fulfilled, which saith, he will take upon him death, that he may loose the bands of death, that he may know accordingly how to succor his people." Jesus did that. In the Garden of Gethsemane, when he prayed, he felt every discomfort every human will ever have. Like, that is incredible to me personally on how Jesus is the Son of God. Like, he was all powerful. He saved many people, and he even had the ability to give up his own life. Like, he felt every discomfort, like a stab, like a stab in the eye. He felt it. Like, he felt every discomfort every human being will ever have, and he sweat great drops of blood there. And that prophecy was fulfilled, and he even took upon himself death. Like,
Right.
on the cross, after everything, he said, "Father, into thy hands I commend thy spirit. It is finished."
Sure. And what's the oldest manuscript of the Book of Mormon?
The oldest manuscript will be in First Nephi, and that begins about 600 BC.
No. When is our oldest manuscript?
Our oldest manuscript, like, when was it first translated?
No, when is our oldest surviving document?
Our oldest surviving document, well, our oldest one that we have currently comes from a copy of the Book of Mormon back in 1830. Because before that, like I get your question, like the document that we have of it currently does not exist. It is with God right now, and it is the plates that were written upon them. It is the plates that these prophets wrote upon.
Right, yeah.
Smith translated from.
So I think one of the reasons why we entertain conversations about prophecies that Jesus fulfilled is because we have firm evidence that the Old Testament prophets wrote before Jesus. We have manuscripts that predate Jesus, right? So, like, if there are people that wrote before Jesus and we know that they wrote before Jesus, then we can actually say prophecy was fulfilled. But if somebody who came 1800 years later said that here's a prophecy about Jesus, you just have to trust me that it's actually 2,000 years old. I wouldn't trust that as far as I could throw it.
that and Steve, I think I have another point. So the Old Testament, according to Yahweh, do you know how to know if a prophet tells the truth or not?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? It kind of cut out.
Yeah. So Deuteronomy 18, okay? This is Yahweh talking, and he says, "A prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, is to be put to death." So God says, if somebody speaks a word that is not true, they are to be put to death. And then he says, "You may say to yourselves, how can we know if a message has not been spoken by you?" And it goes on, and he explains how to know that. He says, "If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken." So how are you? So God gives this idea that if a prophet says something that doesn't come true, they are to be put to death. And he tells them how they know to put these prophets to death is that they don't come true. So Yahweh himself is saying that prophecies should come to fruition during the life of that prophet. So how is it that there's a 400-year-old prophecy about Jesus? Was that prophet 400 years old when Jesus was born?
Like, no. Like, he would have been dead by the time Jesus was born.
Yeah, so by Yahweh's own admission, that couldn't have been a prophecy about Jesus. Either that or
Okay.
Yahweh was wrong about what makes a true prophecy or not.
Well, he definitely wasn't wrong, but that prophecy obviously wasn't about Jesus. It was about telling people how to know if a man is truly inspired of God, if he is truly a prophet, to know if prophecies come true. And a lot of prophecies, like I said before about Jesus, they did come true. And so the
No,
prophets
I just
definitely,
told you, Yahweh said they have to come true during the life of the prophet. So is Yahweh right or wrong?
he's wrong then, if you're going to put it in that sense.
Okay, so Yahweh is wrong. So why do you believe in this God at all if he said something that's wrong?
Because I believe in God because I have personally had too many experiences in my life to deny that there is a God. And in fact, science even confirms that there is a God. In fact, if the universe was even 1%, like if gravity was slightly percent off or even slightly percent stronger, even by 1%, either the universe would expand and separate, destroying life on Earth, or it would, if it was super strong, it would honestly curl the universe up into a ball, exploding it. What are the odds of that? The universe clearly states that there is a creator.
No, all that states is that the reason we are where we are today is because the things happen to be the way they need to be for us to be here. That's all that means.
Yeah, like
Okay.
we actually don't know what the odds are that it could have been anything else. Like we have no way to know if like the strong nuclear force could be anything other than what it already is.
All right. Well, I gotta honestly get going, guys, but it was nice talking with you. I still believe in God and Jesus is the Christ, and
Hmm?
I hope y'all have a good rest of your day.
You
Hey, have
too.
a good
Thank you,
one.
Steve. Thank you, Steve, for being here. You are a very nice guy.
I thought it was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was an all around good conversation. We don't have anybody else in the guest box right now. If you disagree and you would like to come up and talk, go ahead and hit that guest request. I do not have Video Ninja up and running, guys. I'm having issues with it, so we do not have Video Ninja here tonight. But hopefully we'll get that working here soon. I just haven't had time to mess with my computer to figure out why uh, I'm having issues with the Video Ninja. So keep having them likes, share out the live, guys. We are halfway through the show. We're only at 38,000 likes. Please try to get them likes up so we can hit our 100,000 like goal by the end of it. Why won't panel look at trees? I've heard. Or I saw it in the comments. I don't know. We should look at the trees. You are right. We've got somebody coming up now. Flava Light Music.
Hello, sir.
Dugald, thank you for the raid, by the way. Thank you very much for that. Flava, what is your age, and are you a Christian or a believer in God?
Yes, my age is 32. I am a believer in God, yes.
Okay. What is your best evidence that God exists?
The photon. You see, God
Okay.
is energy, right? So it says in the Bible that God's spirit hovered over the waters, right? This is talking about God's energy, God's photon, because God is photon, God is energy.
What do you think energy is?
Energy is photon.
Energy is not a photon.
Yeah, all the energy that we know about comes from photon. Even all the matters in the universe.
Energy is a property of things. Like specifically in physics, energy is a property of a physical system that quantifies its capacity to do work or to bring change. It's a property.
Yeah,
it's not a thing.
And a photon has always existed.
I agree. Photons. I mean, I don't know if they've always existed, but I certainly agree that they do exist.
Yeah, and they always existed. That they are in the back of the universe, so they created the matter.
Wait.
Okay.
I want to make sure I hear you correctly. Are you saying there was never a point where photons did not exist? Because my understanding is that the Big Bang they did not exist.
The Big Bang existed, yes, it did.
But did photons exist prior to the Big Bang?
Photon created the Big Bang.
Photons created the Big Bang? That's not true.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
That's certainly not true.
It created the two atoms, right?
Yeah, that's not a thing at all.
Yeah,
we lost your audio, Joyful.
There is two atoms, right?
No.
Yes, there is.
At the Big Bang, there were more than two atoms.
There's two atoms, and there is.
There were no photons within the singular point during or before the Big Bang started to expand. So photons did not always exist.
Yes, they did.
No.
That is what you heard. But the Bible, it tells
According
us
to science, photons didn't exist until after the Big Bang.
What are photons?
That is not true.
Are photons particles of light?
Yeah, and God is light.
God created light on the first day of create. God created light, is what it says in the Bible. You brought up the Bible.
But it says that God is light. So God
no,
is
he created light on the first day, right? And then he created the sun on the fourth day. So he created light, photons, on the first day after creating the earth, even in the Bible itself.
No. When it says light, there is talking about sunlight. So
nope, because the sun was not created till the fourth day. So you can't have sunlight before the sun is created on day 4.
The sun wasn't created on a day 4. It was created.
Okay. All right, so let's read it. So let's read what the book actually says, okay? Let's see. And God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate day from the night, and let them serve as sign to mark sacred times and days and years, and let them be lights in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made 2 great lights, the great light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made stars. The greater light to govern the day?
Yeah, so this is talking about the lesser light is the moon. The greater light.
What is the greater light? Yep, the sun, and this is on the 4th day.
No, it's not on the 4th day. It's talking about. It's talking about. He called the light day. So it's
almost like you didn't hear anything you just said. That was on day 4. Because day 3 ends in the prior verse. Verse 12 says, "The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed of every kind, and trees of
you
every
cannot
kind
have
bearing fruit,
day.
and seed in it. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening, and there was morning, third day." And then he
You cannot
creates
have day
the
without
sun, moon,
light.
and stars, which means the sun, moon, and stars were on the 4th day of creation.
You cannot have day without light.
There's light. There's
in
light
order-
on day 1 of creation.
Yes, he
but
created
in order-
photons before he created the sun.
In order for it to be day and to be night, you need the day to be light, and you need.
You're just pointing out the
we know that,
contradiction.
yeah.
You're just pointing
the
out why
problem.
the Bible is scientifically inaccurate.
No, it's
It's
not.
not helping
We
your
really
case.
We've
just
got to
needed-
rename these live streams
but-
to
yeah, but in
Atheists
order-
Make Christians Read the Bible for the First Time.
In order for you to understand the Bible, you need to activate the spiritual eye.
No, that's certainly not true. In order to be brainwashed, you have to believe that you need the Holy Spirit to read a book.
Yeah, you need the Spirit to read the Bible.
No, you don't.
You cannot read the Bible without activating the spiritual eye.
No, you don't.
Yes, you need the spiritual
No,
eye.
you don't.
Yes.
No, you
Because
don't.
Without the
You've
spiritual
proven
eye-
that having the Holy Spirit makes you less likely to understand the words on the page.
No, I understand.
Absolutely.
I understand it better because I have the spiritual eyes activated.
No, you don't understand it better. You're
Yes, I did.
coping.
You twisted the verse, and
What did we twist?
Okay.
you twisted the
So
verse because-
I'll start reading again in verse 16. Just hold on. It says, "God created 2 great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the vault of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and morning, and this was the 4th day." What part of that means he didn't create the sun on the 4th day?
First,
Can you explain that?
First, need to know that you're reading a version of the Bible, right? You're not reading the Hebrew.
Oh, Flava, do you read the original Hebrew?
Yeah, and it says, "Let there be light." That is what God said.
What's the Hebrew word?
Let there be light. It's
No,
not-
in Hebrew.
Yeah, but we will go to the transliteration of it, right?
That's not what a transliteration means. What's the Hebrew word for "let there be
transliteration
light"?
Means between Greek.
This guy has no clue what the Hebrew... He doesn't know how to read Hebrew. Do you, Flava?
It's a transliteration. Transliteration means.
Do you know how to read
That's-
Hebrew, Flava?
Yeah. You need transliteration to know.
That's not what
Yes.
transliteration means. You mean translation. Translation and transliteration are two things.
Yeah, but transliteration is from the original Greek and the
No, transliteration means something else.
Yeah, but you need to go to interlinear, and you need to
Interlinear is a translation, not a transliteration.
Yeah, but interlinear is explaining to you what it says in the original Hebrew.
Yes, it tells you what the original Hebrew word is because you don't know Hebrew.
Yeah, so in the original, it's talking about the sun.
So you don't know Hebrew. Just say I don't know Hebrew. Let it leave your lips.
When you read the original, it's gonna talk about the
He
day.
can't stop himself.
Do you know how to read Hebrew?
I know how to read English, and I know how.
Okay,
To,
just
Okay,
checking.
so you don't know Hebrew. Justin knows Hebrew. Him, right above you, he knows Hebrew, and he can tell us what the Hebrew words are in this verse. Do you want him to tell you?
it doesn't matter what language it is.
You just said we're
Justin,
reading it
you
in
need
the
the
translation.
spiritual
We're not reading it
understanding.
in the Hebrew. And I have somebody that can read it in the Hebrew. Now it doesn't matter if you can read it in the Hebrew. You see how that works, Flava?
You need the spirit to understand the Bible. You cannot understand the Bible.
So
Yeah,
it
you need to
doesn't
be
matter if we
brainwashed
read it in
first.
Hebrew or not.
Logic.
Right?
The Bible is written for people who understand logic.
The
You
Bible
cannot
is written for
have-
schmucks.
You cannot
Yeah,
have
logically,
lies.
no, Flava, it's not written for people that understand logic, because logically you cannot create light and have night and day before the sun is created 4 days later. That's just not how logic works. So we
Yeah,
look
that
at the
is why I
Bible and we say,
understand.
logically, this makes no sense. So the people that it makes sense to are the people lacking in logic.
No,
But
because we
Joyful,
make
have you
logic out of the
considered that
Bible.
words have no meanings?
Because we know how to make logic out of the Bible. We know how to put the Bible and twist the words to make it fit.
No, you
We
twist
know.
yourself into literal
Twist the
pretzels.
word. I like how he says twist them to make.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah,
do
That is
twist
what he's
them.
doing.
Yeah,
You
because the
twist. You
Bible.
twist the words. Yep.
Yeah,
You,
because
you
we
know what
know. We
twisting?
know.
Like, are you married?
We know how the Bible works.
Flava, are you married?
No, I'm not married.
All right. Do you have a like? If you have a, I'm sure you've had a girlfriend. And have you ever been in an argument and somebody's like, "You're twisting my words"?
Yes.
Yeah, twisting somebody's words is not a good thing. So saying that you twist the words to fit your narrative is not a flex. That just means you're willing to lie about what it says to make it fit what you want.
No, it means that you twist the words to correct them.
You twist the words to correct them. That's
This
crazy.
is This is crazy.
Was mankind created before or after the animals?
Mankind was created after the animals.
After the animals. Okay,
Not
I'm
in
confused
Genesis
because
2.
yeah, if you go to Genesis 2, it says something kind of curious. It says that after Adam and Eve were made, he actually made the animals. In verse 7 says he formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. And then he creates the river, and then he creates the garden, and we don't actually get animals until after mankind is created. In verse 18, he says, "It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner." So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them.
Because in my Bible, the human being came last.
Only in chapter
Animals.
1, not in chapter 2.
The animals came first.
In
my
chapter,
Not in chapter
1,
2.
not in chapter 2.
So which
Yeah.
chapter's right, Flava?
It is both in chapter 1 and chapter 2 that animals.
Okay.
No, it's not.
In chapter 2, when do the animals get made?
Animals were made before the humans.
In chapter 2, when do the animals get made?
As I said before.
In chapter 2, give me the verse where animals are made.
Okay. In chapter 2 of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So in chapter 2, okay, chapter 2 of Genesis, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chapter 2. It says, "Thus the heaven and the earth were completed, and all their hosts. By the seventh day, God completed his work, which
Yeah.
he had done."
The animals.
No, it's not talking about the animals. It's talking about the
That's what I'm asking about. Show me the part where God makes animals.
In chapter 2.
It says, talking about, it doesn't talk about animals there.
It does.
Keep
in
reading.
Verse 19. Go to verse 19.
19.
So the second creation story starts in verse 4.
Yeah, so it's talking about, out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every bird of the
Yes,
sky.
in verse 18, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and where in the second chapter did the humans get created?
Yeah, so this is talking about before.
I know it's talking about before. Yeah. Where did the humans get created? Before the animals, right?
Yeah, so this is, the humans were created in Genesis 1.
No, they're created in Genesis 2 as well. They're two separate creation accounts.
Okay, so the animals were created before the humans.
Not in chapter 2.
Only in chapter 1.
How is this hard? It says the Lord got in verse 18, since you're already there. It says, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds of the sky. So this is after he decides men shouldn't be alone, correct?
Mm, I don't know. You say you're talking about the days and all these things, right?
No.
No.
In the second creation account, God creates mankind and says it is not good for man to be alone, and then he creates all the animals and birds.
Yeah.
And as soon as he creates them, it also says he brings them to the man when he creates them. So man was already formed, according to chapter 2, before he did this.
Yeah, because he's talking about that there is other human beings there. That is why he's saying not good to be
It
alone.
says nothing about other human beings. In fact, later he creates a woman because Adam finds no suitable helper because there are no other human beings.
So what about Lilith?
She's not in the Bible, except for one vague mention, maybe in Isaiah 34.
Yeah, so Lilith was also in the Bible.
No.
Where?
The Lilith, I read
Can
it
you show
somewhere.
me?
You did not read it in the Bible.
You read it in like an apologetic website, or?
Yeah, Lilith is in the Bible. She is in there.
Not in
Can
Genesis.
you show me?
Yeah, Lilith Bible.
I bet you $10 is going to come up with Isaiah 34.
I mean, I would prefer Lilith over Eve. So.
Yeah, it's talking about Lilith right here.
Yeah.
Right where?
That's it says in the scene of Genesis 1-2.
Show me the verse where it says Lilith in Genesis.
Yeah.
That's what we're asking for. Where's the verse?
It says the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. Then he took one of his rib and closed up the flesh. At the place the Lord God fashioned into a woman the rib which he had taken from the man, and brought forth to the man.
That's Eve.
Yeah, so it's talking about Lilith right there.
No, it's Eve.
It literally says that's Eve.
Yeah, but it's talking about that Lilith did it.
It's Eve. Her name appears in the passage in verse 23.
This is nuts.
Yeah, but look at this. It says, when God created Adam and saw that he was alone, he created a woman from dust like him and named her
Eve.
Lilith.
No, it doesn't say he named her Lilith.
Yes, that's right there.
No, it's not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
What version of the Bible are you reading?
I'm talking about what it originally meant.
No, we're asking what's in the book right now.
What it originally said. Okay.
Yeah. Because there
did the Holy Spirit tell you that it originally said Lilith, not Eve?
Yeah, because there is deleted scenes. So there's deleted scenes in the Bible.
How do you come to that conclusion?
How do I know that? Because the Bible itself used to have Lilith in the Genesis before they removed it, and even
prove it.
Even Yahweh had a woman.
Prove it.
Yeah, the woman of Yahweh. Have you heard about her?
The woman of Yahweh is not probably the way I would word it, but I am aware of Asherah and the pottery from Kuntalet Ajrud that talks about Yahweh and his Asherah.
Yeah, so he had a wife, right?
Not in the Bible, no.
Yeah, the Asherah is the wife.
Not in the Bible, no.
Is a goddess, right?
Yahweh has no wife in the Bible anywhere.
Yeah, I know. Because they removed it, right?
Again, you would have to demonstrate that to be the case.
Yeah, because there is many deleted scenes in the
We
Bible.
don't have the deleted scenes. You're assuming what the deleted scenes are.
It's talking about the earth. That the woman of God is the earth.
No,
That is why you say
she
Mother
is
Earth.
not. She's made from a rib.
The Mother
Adam
Earth.
is made from the earth. Eve was made from a rib.
Yeah, but what they call Eve in the Bible is the Mother Earth.
No, you don't. She's not called Mother Earth in the Bible.
Because she's made from the earth.
No, she's not.
Yes, it says right there.
No, she's not. She's made from the rib of Adam.
Yeah, but that is metaphorical, right?
Then why did God cut him open?
It's metaphorically. It doesn't mean
God
that.
metaphorically cut Adam open?
Yeah.
What did he take from him? Because it says in the Bible, the rib that the Lord God had taken from the man. What was the rib if it wasn't a rib?
It's talking about the chromosomes right there.
The chromosome?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
out of your goddamn mind right now?
Yes.
I think he might be trolling.
This guy can't be for real.
He cannot be for real. I think
God
that was a
put
big waste
Adam
of
to
time.
sleep to steal his chromosome?
Decon Zone is the GOAT. Yes, I think he was a troll. At some point, you have to just say either this person doesn't know anything, or he's
Well, we should give him some credit. At least he brought up an argument no one's ever used. At least we got something interesting that I can almost guarantee no one's ever going to say again.
That is true. I don't think I've ever heard that before. He was pulling it all out. Everything he could find on the internet, he was pulling it out. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Let's keep tapping them likes, sharing out the live. If you disagree with the background, go ahead and join up. I know there are people in here in the chat that are ops. If you would like to come up and join the conversation, just hit that guest request button, and if you don't know how, just say it in the chat and somebody will invite you up. Over on the YouTube, thank you for being here. Make sure to hit that thumbs up, subscribe, and we are live every Monday and Thursday evening, 5:30 to 9:30 Central Time. We provide new people and have different we have different hosts, different co-hosts, and we provide a place where we have good discussions. We do get some wild guests. I've always gotten wild guests. I'm not sure why, but my guests are always a little off the rocker, and I'm not sure why.
I mean, I think it's fun.
No, yeah, I think it's fun, but I'm very few and far between on somebody that has a coherent argument. Best of Daniel Green says, "Best of luck, Flava. We are praying for you." Absolutely, we are praying for Flava. To all of the non-existent gods. I pray to all of them simultaneously. Truth Seeker, we will be on till 9:30 Central Time, so we still got an hour and a half. Yes, Truth Seeker, we should be still good if you take a quick shower. Excuse me. We will be on for another hour and a half. Hey, Rabbi, how are you? Let's see. We got James.
Mama, please don't you cry. I'm sorry. I just caught some time. I'll be home soon. It won't be long.
Do you want kicked? I suggest you stop if you don't want kicked.
I just caught some.
Okay.
I'll be home.
Okay. Yeah, there were gonna be slurs. I'd almost guarantee it. It was coming.
100% expecting it.
I gave him a chance, but once he kept singing, it's over. When they start making guests take showers. What did they? Yeah, one thing that was crazy. I love cons. Me and my family go to all the cons around here, like Comic Cons, horror cons, all that. But there's always posters that say "Remember to shower and use deodorant," and I didn't realize that there really is places where like that's something that is kind of a concern. I don't know what's wrong with my guests. Not great. We had somebody, but they dropped out. Let's see if we got somebody. We got Daryl.
Baby, I don't understand this.
Oh, look at this.
You're changed.
What the hell? He has multiple accounts to come up and sing poorly. And here's another one. We got. What the actual fuck? Can you just cover yourself in Axe body spray? I think that's the point, is Axe body spray really doesn't take care of the BO. Just doesn't. Yeah, I'm guessing that this is a professional troll. 3 accounts and singing in another language? Interesting. Let's see. We've got...
That's the future of America, buddy.
That is the future. Magic.
Hello.
What is your age, and are you a believer in God?
I'm 26. I'm not. I just wanted to... You were talking about hygiene and stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually has a rule that you can't use that in their card game to win matches.
Right on. Right on. Let's see.
I can make your bed rock, girl. Call me Mr.
What?
Flintstone.
What is happening? What is fucking happening? Well, I'm going to bed, less dumber. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what is happening right now. The troll is on it. Need to increase your age limit. My age limit is as high as TikTok will let me make it. Oh, for conversations. The problem is if I got rid of every 18-year-old, I wouldn't have enough people that come up. Maybe eventually we'll have enough people in the queue to like make it 21, but that's just not where we're at with this channel. We have a hard time the second half of the show getting people up here to talk to, so hopefully Truth Seeker gets done with their shower here quickly so me and Justin have somebody to talk to. Justin, a question for you. So, actually, hold on. I swear to fucking God, if this is another...
I gave you everything.
Look at this shit. How many... Like, what kind of life could you be living where you have 6 different accounts to come up and sing on somebody's live?
I know one thing, he ain't got no job.
Clearly not. He has nothing going on for himself. It's not only one dude. Maybe not, but a teenager not in sports. True. Yes, Rabbi, I've pulled you up in the past and it was an accident, so I don't know. I never know when. But yeah.
Oh, hey. No, hey guys. I just I had an interesting conversation. Dugald and I do a monthly live where it's called a priest, a rabbi, and an atheist walk into a live. So that myself, I have a couple of priests I know who come in, Catholic priests, and we answer questions, right? Today was wild, and I've never had this happen. A person came up, a woman came up who talked about how she had an MDiv, and she spent a little bit of time giving us a background about herself, and a great deal of time, I should say. And then she said she's kind of deconstructing the patriarchy that is the Bible, and goes into Genesis 3:16 specifically, saying, this is so patriarchal and it's terrible. And I was like, well, I'm gonna push back gently. You mentioned you speak the Hebrew and that you read Hebrew and of course the Greek, so I'm going to push back respectfully. Rashi and I both would disagree with you. Now, it wasn't just me in there, it was also Rabbi Bert. I think you guys know Rabbi Bert. It's like Rashi would say that in that instance, it is about sex. It's not about like everyday life. It's literally just about this idea of intimacy between a husband and wife. Her desire will be for her husband, meaning intimately, and he will rule over her, saying she is too nervous to necessarily ask. And so he will be the initiator of this Congress. It doesn't really necessarily mean outside of the bedroom. Now, I understand if you're Christian, you probably have a different interpretation of it, but this is what how I would approach it, and I believe that that's how Rabbi Bert would approach it. And she literally like went off, like just was like, first she mentioned that she hadn't read the Hebrew in a long time. She wasn't sure if she was capable of it now. And I was like, well, that's no problem. I have it right here and I can show it to you. She went off and she's like, well, that's just what you say. And I don't understand why I'm supposed to just believe you because you say this. And I'm like, I know, I've only been a Jew for like 49 years. It's only like Hebrew's only something that I grew up with. And well, she just went crazy, like really upset. And I was like, ma'am, you know that I have degrees in this, right? And she's like, that doesn't mean shit to me. Like, I don't know you from Adam. And Rabbi Bert's like, you should Google Rabbi Hannah, then you might know actually who she is. She went like really, and she was like, listen, woman. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I have not insulted you once, and I could have, but I didn't. Ma'am, like I'm not woman. It's either rabbi or doctor. Could we just have a little bit of breathing here? And she just went, Dugald had to kick her. But she was in the comments just saying this wild stuff. And I'm like, but you said you had a master's of divinity. Like, shouldn't you know this? Like, I shouldn't be the one having to tell you this. You mentioned that like 3 times. You spent 5 minutes telling us all about you. But you had an issue. Yes. Oh, I didn't know you were in there, Piglet. Yeah, it was very wild. It's the first time I really had like an issue with women like that. And I did say the thing, well, if you don't believe me, do you need the other rabbi, the one with the dick here, to explain it to you? Like, would you listen to him? So maybe that's what set her off. But it was an interesting interaction. And I'm still kind of like, what happened there? But I thought you guys might get a kick out of it. We had a few people like what you're having now. We didn't have singers though. We had people who kept coming in. It seemed like it was multiple of the same account who just wanted to say, slurs at us constantly, or play one of Schmittler's speeches over and over that we had to keep kicking. So I don't know if today is the day of trolls. We didn't have singing though, but we did have a lot of like people throwing slurs. Oh
yeah, it's been a crazy day. Most of my lives are pretty crazy, though. We get some real jewels up in here. But, Rabbi, I appreciate you. We need to do a live sometime on my other account.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I would love to. And I want to say bye to you guys. Please try to hopefully people will leave you alone and give you some good conversation tonight. Have a good one.
See ya, Rabbi.
Rabbi Hannah's
always a good
dope.
She is. I have a super chat to read, but also I think we have a guest. We'll bring up Eddie Volcano.
It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen.
Okay. That's what I figured. So, thank you helping MAGA Deconstruct, I'm guessing is your name. It doesn't tell me the full. But thank you for the $5. Justin, Doug, and Sharon with Joyful as backup vocals after a whole bottle of Kraken would sing better than the troll. How embarrassing, troll. True. Thank you for the $5 and thank you for that super chat because that is very true. Not even
Kraken,
singing
too.
well. W Kraken. I've had too many bad nights on Kraken, so I can't really drink it anymore, but I used to love Kraken.
Oh, that's smooth and tasty that you can just end up drinking a half a bottle and end up on a different planet.
Yeah, me and my... This is probably like, I don't know, like 3 years ago. And we were putting Kraken in the cups instead of beer, and it ended up being a really bad night. Now, like, when I drink it, it makes me a little queasy.
There is something about like a particular alcohol, if you have too much of it, then just like thinking of it later makes you sick to the stomach. That's what Mad Dog 2020 did to me way back when I was a youngin', and I still can't have it.
All right, so we have Austin Bot. I think I've seen them before, so hopefully this isn't a troll.
I feel like I've seen Austin Bot the same.
I'm not the troll. I have a question, but if you guys aren't doing questions, I can drop down.
No, go ahead and ask a question. We're in between any guests in the box, so.
So I kind of started doing a thing that I just recently started. I'm going to keep doing this Bible verses that make you say "ew," and I actually just went over the Genesis 2 that you guys were talking with that other guy, and it kind of seems like God wanted Adam to bang the animals.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, how does an all-knowing God? How does all-knowing God?
Yo, did you see that guy get pulled over?
Not know that.
Or not
Yeah.
pulled over?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm making work. So, how does an all-knowing God not know that that wouldn't work? It's a little confusing.
I often wonder when I read it how many he actually banged before he realized that it wasn't like he wasn't grooving with it.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of had to, right?
Yeah. It says that he couldn't find a mate or whatever between the animals. So, I mean, it kind of seems like he did bang almost all the animals.
Yeah.
And I just imagine like a bird like blowing up.
We're not told that he had a change in genitalia. Like, so he was born with genitalia before he made the animals, which means God had to assume he was going to stick it somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of my new favorite things I've heard from a Christian say is activating your spiritual eyes. It's like almost like something from the Power Rangers or something.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
But
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing.
I'll stay watching.
It's nice to see you, man.
You too.
Hopefully we can get some ops up in here that are not. You can come up here while we're waiting, but probably if I got anybody else up in here, I'd probably kick you for them. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the...
Well, at least he's doing hits of the 90s.
That is true. At least he is doing hits of the 90s. Guys, I am sorry for this. Hopefully we'll get somebody up in here soon. I know we have somebody coming to debate, but they had to take a shower really quick. But leave him muted. Put another slot. The singing is though. Yeah, I think that was Space Jam cover. Requests, this is how we do it. I'm gonna tell Jordan. Yes. It doesn't make sense that an atheist morally would change. Okay. I think that's a good claim for me and Justin to tackle, no degree. Let's discuss that. I think that a Christian does, or somebody that deconstructs Christianity does change morally in a very big way. And I think that we could have that discussion. So what makes you think, no degree, that atheists wouldn't change morally leaving Christianity?
Well, it's because of what atheists tell me. They'll say, well, we don't need to believe in God to be moral, or people can have morals without believing in God, or people can be good without believing in God. And from the Christian perspective, every atheist I've ever had this conversation with has always, when they deconstructed from Christianity, their morals happen to have changed drastically themselves. And it doesn't make sense, if you don't need to believe in God to have certain moral views, that your morals would, seems like they would have just stayed the same. Does that make sense?
No.
I get what you're saying.
I'll give you an example. For example, it just so happens every atheist that says they deconstructed Christianity used to have a belief that certain lifestyles were immoral and sinful. But then when they became atheists,
I think
they
every is
didn't believe
doing a
they
lot
were
of heavy
immoral.
lifting for you.
What's that?
So I think the word every is doing a lot of heavy lifting for you. That's certainly not true of every atheist.
Well, I'm saying that it just so happens every atheist that I've ever talked to about deconstructing, they went from saying that they had usually some sort of conservative, usually it'd say something like they were phobic towards a certain people when they were Christians. Now they're no longer like that. Now they think it's okay. But from the Christian,
because they're morally superior. Yep.
What's that?
Because without a God dictating to you that it's wrong, there's not a good logical reason to believe that it's wrong. That's why.
Okay, so doesn't that undermine the claim, though, you don't need to believe in God to have morals? From my perspective.
No, in fact, we would say it's immoral to hate people who aren't doing things that are not wrong.
Yeah, I'd say that you get better morals not believing in God. That would be my claim.
But from the Christian perspective, from the Christian looking in, outside looking in, it seems like you gravitate toward immoral positions. Does that make sense?
And from the atheist looking in, we would say you gravitate towards immoral positions. Obviously, everyone who has a position is going to think people not in their position is not as moral.
But what I'm saying here is it would be, if you didn't need to believe in God to have these moral positions, it wouldn't make sense that people's morals would shift so drastically after leaving their belief in God.
Yeah,
That's
for the
what I'm
better.
saying.
I agree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I agree.
For example,
you shift and become better people when you leave God. Yep.
Well, what I'm saying here is, when someone says they don't need to believe in God to be good, would y'all say that's kind of a odd thing to say? If when your morals shift so drastically, what would be more expected to be? Would you were believing in God, then you stopped believing in God? Your morals technically should stay the same, right?
No, no degree. I think you misunderstand what atheists are saying. What atheists are saying when they don't need God to be moral, what they're saying is, I don't rape people because I don't want to rape people. I don't murder people because I don't want to murder people. I don't need a God to tell me not to do those things. I do those things because I don't want to do those things. So there are morals that differ from Christianity to an atheistic worldview, because not in all. I mean, there are some Christians that morals would align a lot with my morals, but like evangelical conservative Christians would be there would be a lot of differences between my moral outlook and theirs. But at the end of the day, I don't need God to tell me not to be a fucking dick.
Well, I think from my perspective, and obviously you're looking at it from one position, I'm looking at it from the other. Every time I see an atheist deconstruct from Christianity, and then they start justifying certain behaviors that maybe I would have said was immoral, then it comes across to me as your belief in God was actually doing quite a bit of work for you, morally speaking.
No, it was holding
That's
you
what I'm
back
saying.
morally.
All right,
It
so
was
logically, what's
causing
wrong?
you to hold on
holding
to
you back
immoral
from
positions.
sinning, right? From my
No.
perspective, it was holding you back from doing
Yeah,
evil.
but nobody
from
cares
sinning.
about your perspective.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that when you
If
say
we cared
this,
about your perspective, we'd be Christian still.
What are morals? No degree. Tell me what morals are.
well, what people would consider like good behavior and
Yeah,
stuff
so
like
do you
that.
think
Yeah.
it's good to hate people for the way they were born?
No.
Do you think it's good to think that somebody is not a good person because the way they are born?
Because the way they were born is far.
Yep.
No.
Okay, so you agree with me that thinking that gay people are wrong for being gay isn't a good thing.
I don't believe they were born that way, though. That's the difference.
Alright, when did you choose to like women? What can you give me the instance when you chose not to be attracted to men?
I don't ever remember choosing. It just come naturally that I was attracted to
Yeah,
beautiful,
it's natural.
beautiful.
Isn't that weird how it's natural who you're attracted to, no degree?
Well, see, what's weird about it is if you're telling me, okay, well, you never did choose to be attracted to women. If I were going to participate in the other, then it would have to be a choice, right? Because I never chose to be attracted to women, but I would have had to have been choosing to do something with men because I'd have to violate that natural urge to choose, right? So doesn't that mean it's a choice?
If you decided, even though you're naturally not attracted to men, to be gay, that would be a choice.
That'd be a choice, yes.
But
So,
gay people
if
are
you're-
naturally... Hold on. I was a Christian for a long time and I hated myself because I was attracted to both men and women. It was not a choice to be attracted to men. You would be making a choice. If you're not attracted to men at all,
that's correct.
then you would be making a choice to engage in a sexual act with somebody you're not attracted to.
So if you're going to appeal to my anecdotal experience, then aren't I reasonable to think that every man is simply choosing to go against his natural desires? See, that's what I'm saying.
Not.
I don't know.
Because everything you know is that you are attracted to your natural desires. What you know is that you are hold on. What you know by looking at your own desires is that you are attracted to women naturally. So for you to presume hold on. So for you to presume that people that say I'm attracted to men are choosing something they're not naturally attracted to is you making a presumption outside of your own experience.
Yeah, but the point here is when you ask that question, you've already stepped into appealing to my own experiences. So then if you're going to ask me to appeal to my own experiences by asking that question, why would I step outside of them now just to agree with you?
Do you know what empathy is?
Empathy? Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it's looking at other people's experiences and seeing where they're coming from. So in your case, no degree, you can. You just choose not to. Because you know,
cannot empathize with
no degree, you know that you were naturally attracted to women.
Yes.
You did not choose to be attracted to women. So when a man says, I am attracted to men, whether I like it or not, then you know from your experience who you're attracted to naturally, that other... No degree.
No, I would know that that's untrue from my personal experience.
No, because you would know that you are naturally attracted. no degree, you would know that you are naturally attracted to who you are naturally attracted to. That's what you would know from your experience. But instead, you choose to be a bigot. But instead, you choose to be a bigot and say, I'm attracted to women, so everybody should be attracted to women.
I'm a biological male, and you're saying, okay, did you choose to be attracted to women? I'm saying, no, I did not choose. So therefore, if I were going to participate in homosexual behavior, then obviously I would be making a choice. So if you're appealing to my anecdotal experiences here, then why wouldn't I reasonably assume, why wouldn't I reasonably assume that every man who's like me, a biological male, is making the choice to go against his natural urges of women?
Because they are telling you the same that you're telling me, that you are naturally attracted to women, that they are naturally attracted to men. And so what you would do is say, yeah, I never made a choice to be attracted to women, so that makes sense that you're just naturally attracted to who you're attracted to.
Sense,
but instead, what you do is you say, me, Matt, are going to be a bigot and decide that everybody should think just like Matt thinks.
Wait, how'd you know my name?
Oh, I know who you are.
Everyone knows your name, buddy.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is, this is just from my perspective. I don't think it's a good idea to ask someone, did you choose to be attracted, like a man who may think it's sinful, say, well, did you choose to be attracted to women? And they say, no, I didn't, because you have already stepped into the realm of appealing to their personal experience. And their personal experience is the case that they have always been attracted to women. So when a man says, well, I didn't choose to be attracted to women, I was always attracted to men, I'm going to find that a little bit odd because that doesn't correspond with my reality. Do you understand that?
No, because your reality is that you did not choose who you were attracted to, the same as they did not choose who they were attracted to. You choose to make it more black and white than it really needs to be because you're a bigot.
Okay. Well, then if it's gray, like you're saying, and the lines are blurred, then that's probably not a good question to.
Yeah, you're just a bigot. That's what I figured. But anyway.
He can never help himself.
He can't help himself.
It always just devolves into some sort of misogyny or bigotry with him.
It does. He can't stay away from those topics at all. Which is hence why I used to have to pay Crystal a money gun to bring him up. All right.
Yeah.
Hopefully we haven't brought a troll up in it long enough. Chase, what is your age?
27.
Are you a believer in God?
Yeah.
What is your religious affiliation?
A follower of Christ.
Oh, right on. Justin, I will be right back. I'm going to do a potty break. If you could just talk to him for a minute, I'll be right back.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so Chase, what would you consider the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, so the impossibility of the contrary is one. And,
so we're going to precept?
Huh? That's just one. I can give you one more.
All right, well, you have to first for the Christian God to not exist.
Yeah, so without God there is no beginning.
Prove it.
What do you want me to do? You want me to give you like
you laid a claim, I'm asking you to prove it.
Yeah, so my worldview comes from the scriptures.
No, I know. I'm asking you to prove the claim you just made.
My world, the impossibility of the contrary. You couldn't know anything without God.
Prove it. You didn't think just listing off bad premises was going to work, did you?
I'm not. The other reason I was going to say is prophecy. The prophecies
like
that
what?
have been fulfilled.
Like what?
Like what? The virgin birth. That's just one.
Where's that in the Bible? Like what? Yeah.
In the Gospels.
No. Where's it prophesied?
In the Old Testament.
Where?
You want me to give you the exact verse?
Yeah.
We can go to Isaiah 9:6.
It's Isaiah 7, by the
Unto
way.
us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and
The virgin birth is Isaiah 7. Chase.
And the government will be upon his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God,
Chase,
Everlasting
you're
Father.
speed running the wrong chapter.
No, I'm not.
The virgin birth is chapter 7.
That's a prophecy of the son coming. The Messiah.
The virgin birth, the thing you brought up, is in chapter 7. Did you want to read that one?
If you already know the verse, then why do you want me to read it?
Because I was testing you, Chase, to see if you.
Yeah, I do.
Because I asked you for the virgin birth, you gave me Isaiah 9.
Yeah, and I'm showing you prophecy that prophesies of the Messiah coming.
Actually, Isaiah 9 doesn't prophesy about Jesus. Was Jesus?
It doesn't. Isaiah.
No, it doesn't.
I want to. You say that again.
So
say that again.
So Isaiah 9 is about a child who's already been born. It says the child has been born in the past tense.
It's talking about Jesus. Let's read it.
It's the past tense.
I'll get my Bible. Let's read it. Let's see what.
This guy's gonna crash out so hard.
Let's see what you're saying is right.
This is gonna be
tasty.
tasty.
Jesus. It's not talking about Jesus. We'll see.
It's gonna be so tasty.
Yeah,
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Let's see.
You got it pulled up?
Hold on, buddy. I'm pulling it up right now. Isaiah 9:6. For unto us a child is born.
Yep. Is that past tense or future tense?
That's literally what I just said. So how does that?
Is it past tense or future tense, child?
Doesn't matter.
It does.
That's irrelevant. It's talking about Christ.
It's been born for us, so it's already been born when Isaiah is talking.
No, it hasn't.
Yep,
Yes.
that's what those words mean, Chase.
That's how past tense verbs work.
Okay, you can make that claim, but it's talking about Jesus.
It's not.
Okay,
you're just arbitrarily saying. Hold on, Chase. Hold on. You just saying it's about Jesus when the words say differently just makes you look like an idiot. Chase, it makes you look dumb when the words say that somebody was born during the time of Isaiah. And you say, it's about Jesus, I don't care what the words say. That just means you don't care what the Bible says. All you care about is your bias.
I did not say that.
No, that is what you said. You said you don't care. Chase,
I never said
you said you don't care if it's the child is born then. It's about Jesus. That's what you said.
I didn't say that either.
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
You said, I do not care. It's about Jesus. Those were your words.
No. So listen to what I'm saying.
All right, so you lying about what you saying doesn't mean I straw man.
Would you want me to go to another verse that it prophesies Jesus coming? The Messiah?
Yeah,
coming?
I'd love for you to go to any verse
that's
on
prophecy. 53. You want me to go to Isaiah 53?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, Isaiah 53 has nothing to do with Jesus. It has to do with Israel.
No, it's not about Israel. That's what you're
Yes,
wrong.
it is.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely about Israel.
All right, let's go.
Have you read any of the chapters leading up to 53?
Let's go.
Chase, you can crash out all you want.
Have you read any chapters leading up to 53?
We can go to plenty of verses.
Yeah,
have you read anything leading up to 53?
Chase,
I am, and
Chase, I'm just going to shut you up for a minute. You're getting muted because you just keep talking. Have you read anything else from 2nd Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know that the servant, singular servant, everywhere else in 2nd Isaiah is talking about Israel?
Is talking about Jesus, not Israel.
It literally says it's talking about Israel.
Talking about Jacob.
Everywhere else in 2nd Isaiah,
you're a liar.
That servant is mentioned. It literally says, "My
liar.
servant Israel." Do you want to go to the verses?
We can read 53. You don't.
No, we're going to read who the servant is in 2nd Isaiah. Do you even know what chapter 2nd Isaiah is?
He wants to skip the context so bad. Like he's just
He
dying
does.
to skip the entire context of Second Isaiah. He's like, please don't read me any context. Only read this one passage in isolation.
Yep. Do you know what? Oh, he ran. Oh
Yeah,
my
of
goodness.
course. Yeah.
He just
He
straight up
came
ran.
to preach and crash out. He didn't come to dialogue.
Forrest, thanks for being here. I saw you earlier on that live where that Christian ran from you harder than shit. He had like 30 P's to get to his conclusion, and you disagreed with him, and then he's like, well, there were several mini conclusions in there, so which of the actual premises did you see, or did you disagree? It was so crazy. It was the most crazy thing I've ever seen. Menkins, pretty good. What is your age, and do you believe in God?
35 and above, and I'm in Judaism, not Christianity. So I don't know if it's your thing because we are totally different religion, so I can jump if you want, because you're on a roll. And you're pretty much right about anything that you just said, by the way. There is no JC in the Torah. Nothing.
Oh, there isn't any.
And no Trinity and no nothing like that. And by the way, there is nowhere to says that anybody need to believe in God and there are sinners. Like it does not exist. Like Christians.
Yeah, that's always been my opinion, is that in Judaism, like they don't think that atheists are evil just for not believing.
Exactly. Thank you for knowing that. I appreciate that.
Yes, like Muslims and Christians are really the people I'm debating. I
know. That's why
Judaism has no like relevance to me. Like I think leave well enough alone when it comes to Judaism.
That's right.
Yeah, but I appreciate
it's a
you
choice.
being here.
This is why we're supposed to be an example, not to force anybody. If it's good, go ahead and take it. If not, leave it alone.
Right on. Well, I appreciate you being here. You have a great night.
Thank you.
Good guest. Finally, a good guest. People that are into Judaism, and I try not to use the JEW word because I'm worried that I'll get flagged for something. But people that are into Judaism, I do appreciate a lot of their takes. A lot of them will call out God on his BS in the Old Testament, which I think is amazing compared to Christianity. Forrest, how are you?
I'm doing well, and I hope that you and Justin are too.
Oh, for sure.
Forrest.
You
come to cook me?
I don't think that I would ever try to do that even on my deathbed. That's final boss. That's you might as well just go up to Thinkers Live and try to out rhetoric Lords. I just don't think that's possible. But I heard that No Degree was up here, and I don't know if you guys found him, but if you could please return him to me. I've got some work for him to do. I shit in his hut earlier, and he needs to get back to work.
He's down there mad at you. He's like, Forrest, stop slobbering.
This from the guy who doesn't even catch his breath before he makes TikToks. Yeah, sure.
I would love for a Calvinist to come up and explain God existing to me. Just putting that out there for any Calvinist that might be in the chat. Forrest, it was hilarious.
Oh, you mean Trent, that guy that like literally ran a 13 primacy argument I agreed with the fifth on, and then he couldn't clarify his position?
Yep.
Yeah, and then they're like,
he was like, I tried to clarify, you wouldn't let me. And you're like, I'm asking you to clarify it. He's like, nope, you lost your chance. And then he
ran, folks. This is what they do.
Yep, it was crazy.
I just want to know if No Degree has been around here soliciting any atheist men to nail. If so, I apologize on his behalf.
No, he came up here like adamantly telling us that he's never been attracted to a man, which I doubt.
He thought it was a choice, right?
Yeah.
Well, you should have just asked him to profess out loud with his mouth that he's attracted to you if it's a choice, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've never seen Matt outside of his profile pic, but I wouldn't be.
Oh.
I'm not shy, Matt, if you want to come up.
Wait,
no,
you
I've
haven't?
never seen Matt.
Okay, well, I've trigger warning for the chat. I do apologize. However,
Oh shit, he's getting ready to show. I have seen.
He's a looker.
Nice. He's a looker, Matt. You are.
He's beating the ladies off with a stick.
Indeed, just like Skits used to.
I'll beat his stick off.
Yeah, I bet you would. I'm not sure if he'll let you. He's actually not allowed outside of his hut, so that's why I was trying to collect them. I don't know if you guys caught him or what, but if you could return them immediately, that'd be nice.
I'll send him your way. But thank you, Forrest, for coming up. We're gonna move on. But
could you send him
thank
with
you,
his
man.
dentures, please?
And you need to get with me on scheduling being a co-host.
Any time, but if this is your standard, I don't think I can meet it.
Well, you're gonna have to meet it.
Okay,
Anyway, Forrest is awesome. Yeah, no degree. You are always in the limelight around all of these. Let's see here. We had somebody else, and they dropped. Dang it! I wouldn't have dropped Forrest. Sorry, Forrest. I had somebody, they dropped. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Keep tapping them likes. Hopefully, all right, True Secret. Hit that or I'll send you an invite. And we can have a little combo. Justin, so... Never mind. I was going to ask you something, but it's not appropriate for right now. I'll wait for True Secret.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Are you older than 18? And by the cross, I would assume you are a Christian.
Yes, I am. I'm 28.
Right on.
So I've actually never done this before, so I guess be a little bit patient with me and all this. Still kind of new to it. I've been listening to some debates, so I'm a little bit familiar with it, but still kind of nervous right now.
Fair enough.
As long as you will be genuine with us, we will be
course.
kind and genuine with you.
For sure. And I feel like that's the only way that a debate should go, is understanding. I guess I wouldn't say I have definitive proof or evidence, because there's no really like 100% truth claim to if there is or isn't a God. But one of my biggest things would probably be Newton's law of motion.
I think he went to the script. Your microphone's turned off, Joyful.
Oh, I was saying that I'm guessing he's trying to talk about the cause and effect.
Yeah, like the start, and that I guess in the beginning, like if an object is at rest, it'll stay at rest in the sense of the Big Bang and the cause without a cause. Is that how can it just move itself in that sense? Why would there just something come about rather than nothing just being nothing and staying as nothing without something being there to put it in motion? In which you go back to the uncaused causer, which would in turn be God.
Well, I would say the uncaused cause is just time, space, and energy.
Well, and that's the point where I get to, is how does time, space, energy, all of that come about from nothing?
There was never nothing. It was always existing. It's a eternal. Time, space, and energy are going to be eternal things.
So I'm not like super familiar with the Big Bang. Like I know, points of it, and what it was is a finite point spreading out, correct?
I mean, that's close enough. Yeah, I mean, there's a
if you guys could, like, please explain it to me in like a more scientifical standpoint, so I can kind of understand that a little bit better.
I think you've said it okay. I mean, there was like you said, a finite amount of stuff that expanded, and that is in fact the Big Bang. Now, one thing I would point out is the Big Bang doesn't make any comments or any generalizations about what happened prior to the Big Bang. The Big Bang is not a statement that something came from nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It just states that space and energy were in the most condensed state it could possibly be before the dark energy was too high, and then it started to expand.
Right. All right. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess my point now would be if there's. You said you were Christian before, Jay.
Yeah, we both were.
What ultimately led you guys away from the faith? You guys grew up in church and everything?
Yeah, I grew up in a family. I have 11 siblings that are still very active in evangelical Christianity, 2 of which are pastors. My dad is an elder of a church still to this day. I'm the only one out of the 14 of us that has left the faith. What led me away is the obvious fact that if the Bible is not inerrant, I think this is the best way to put it. I go into more nuance with a lot of people, but I think this is the best way to put it. The inconsistencies in Scripture are such that if the Bible is errant, how do I parse out what to believe and what not to believe? And at some point, I had to dive into the Scripture and say, what is good, what is bad. And at the end of the day, you have Jesus contradicting Paul. You have Paul contradicting the apostles. You have the apostles somewhat contradicting Jesus, not quite. But then you have the Old Testament contradicting the New Testament. When it talks about the New Covenant in the Old Testament, it talks about when everything has come to peace, there's no more war, there's no more pain, there's no more sorrow, and the New Covenant comes into fruition, and it says even at that point, there will be Levitical priests giving sacrifices unto God forever and ever. But
where
then,
does it say that? Sorry, I didn't really mean to interrupt you. Where does it say that Levitical priest will be continuing the sacrament of the sacrifices?
Forever and ever?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll get that.
Jeremiah 33, 17 and 18.
Say that verse again?
Yeah, Jeremiah 33. Starts in verse 14 and ends in verse 18. There's a messianic prophecy here. It's worth reading if you've got time. It's not very long.
I'm at Jeremiah 33 right now. Is there a specific number?
Yeah, let's go to 14.
Okay. Down to, all right, I'm at 14.
Yeah, so I don't know what translation you're reading, but in whatever translation you got, just read 14 to 18, or 14 through 18.
14 through 18, all right. The day will come, says the Lord, when I will do for Israel and Judah all the good things I have promised them. In those days and at that time, I will raise up a righteous descendant from King David's line. He will do what is just and right throughout the land. In that day, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this will be its name: the Lord is our righteousness. For this is what the Lord says: David will have a descendant sitting on the throne of Israel forever, and there will always be a Levitical priest to offer burnt offerings and grain offerings and sacrifices to me.
Right. So it seems to be that, I mean, the descendant from David who's going to reign forever is obviously the Messiah, and he's supposed to rescue Israel. And then there's going to be Levitical priests offering sacrifices and whatnot forever. And this is pretty consistent with the rest of the Old Testament. The problem is once you get to the New Testament, like there seems to be a huge disagreement on this. Like the book of Hebrews clearly states that Jesus was the last and final sacrifice, and that the sacrificial system of the Levitical priesthood was like weak and anemic and couldn't actually do what God wanted it to do, and therefore it needed to be replaced. But that just doesn't seem to jive.
So, from my understanding, I'm not saying in my understanding of Jeremiah 17. I'm just saying from my understanding of the sacrifice is that Christ in heaven at the right hand of God, because he had that shed blood on the cross, is that he in heaven is atoning for our sins with that shed blood. In other sense, if I were to say have faith in Christ and put my faith and trust in him, and I have that initial repentance, but then as a Christ believer, spirit-filled, I sin. Now, when I go to him and ask for forgiveness, he has that offering eternally to cover that sin and offer me that forgiveness, a more complete version of what the Old Testament was offering, but the complete version of it that's not in that corrupted sense of offering animals' bloods for our sins, which never really covered it. It was just like foreshadowing of what's to come.
Well, that's
not
not
my
true.
understanding.
But what is the grain offering then? That's going to happen forever with the Levitical priests.
I honestly, at this moment in time, I wouldn't be able to answer that question right now. That is, I'm going to go ahead and actually write that down.
Yeah. No, and that's fair. Look, Truth, I think that's fair. I'm not trying to bombard you because I think you're being honest and you're trying to... but these are some of the things that were a problem for me. And why I left the faith is because why would God make these declarations, these prophecies, and then Jesus comes... Jesus makes many prophecies about how he will come back before the disciples even die. He didn't do it. We're still waiting on him 2,000 years later.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick. My answer in response to that would be that in the essence of him revealing himself after he died, the resurrection that happened 3 days later, is that he did come back before they died. Maybe not.
No, he says he's going to come back and judge everybody according to what they have done with his angels before they died.
Right. Now, what verse is that?
That's going to be Matthew 16.
Matthew 16,
27 through 28. Yep.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and write that down as well, so I have a point to come back to or even look over.
Well, yeah, I'll read it really quick, but
you said Matthew 16.
Yeah, 27 through 28, and I think, and also we have the same thing. Matthew 10 says that he tells his disciples when he's sending them out, and he tells them if people don't accept you, but dust off your feet, and it will be worse for them on the day of judgment than the people of Sodom. And then he says, truly I tell you, the Son of Man will come before you have preached the gospel to all of these cities in Israel. And then in 24, he says that all of the things he says immediately after that, the sun will quit giving its light, the moon will, and stars are going to fall from the sky. He says all of these things are going to happen. He's going to judge the earth, and he says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away before they see all of these things happen. So this is a repetitive thing in the book of Matthew specifically, and I think the most solid thing is here in chapter 16, where he says, for the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, some that are standing here will not taste death before the Son of Man comes in his kingdom. And you go to apologetics and things like that, which I did because I was a pastor and I wanted to reconcile these things. But none of it is satisfying. They say, well, this is talking about the transfiguration on the mountain. Well, the angels didn't come with him during the transfiguration, nor did anybody die. And it says some will not taste death, so some will. That's what words mean. The transfiguration happened 3 days later. So the problem is this would seem to be saying that not all of the disciples would be dead before he came with his angels and judged everybody. But it just simply didn't happen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't necessarily have a response for Matthew 17 as of right now. Sorry, Matthew 16.
16. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm not expecting.
Yeah.
Truth, I'm not expecting you to. I'm not.
And I didn't think that you expected me to either. I'm glad that you're bringing up some points to me so I can kind of look over them in the future as well to have some questions also.
And I think, well, Justin, do you have anything to add to that?
I would just say, like, these are difficult things, and like when I was a Christian, like the first problem in the Bible I ever noticed was the one that Joyful's talking about now, where Jesus clearly was indicating he was going to come back before all his disciples had died, which shows up in Matthew 24 too. And my religion teacher, I went to a Catholic school, my religion teacher had an answer at that time that kind of was enough to pacify my curiosity. But if you read it slowly and carefully, like most of the apologetics actually end up falling apart.
I'm
Oh, we lost him. Oh,
you hear me?
You back?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I had switched out to go to another application so I could have other things open, but I realized I can't do that now. I'm curious to know what your teacher's response was to that.
So my teacher's response was pretty traditional, which is that she interpreted it as being the transfiguration, with the very next chapter. Both Matthew and Mark placed the transfiguration as the very next thing. But if you read very carefully what's happening in the prediction, it certainly didn't happen during the transfiguration.
Well, yeah, right now he's saying standing here right now, as in with him in that moment. And then you have a moment later where he goes to have that transfiguration. So I can see where there'd be a dilemma in that.
Yeah, so I only bring that up to say this. Like, when you go to look at some of these passages, you're definitely going to find answers. Like, it's not like there aren't any answers. I would encourage you to be critical with the answers that you find, because a lot of times the answers aren't really good. It's just that, like, when I was a Christian, I was willing to accept them because it was just enough to kind of satisfy what I needed, but not enough to really fix the problem. I was just willing to be satisfied with bad answers, and eventually I became not satisfied with bad answers, and I had to reject them.
Mm-hmm.
That and I think a lot of times with apologetics, they're not, because their apologetics objective is not to sway the unbeliever or the skeptic. It is to keep the Christian within the faith. So what they do, what apologetics do, and I found this, and this is kind of like where I started to rub like wrong with apologetics, is they just want to find whatever possibility to make it okay. They don't care about probabilities. They don't care about anything else. What they want is, this is a possible out. Because what they want to do is reconfirm what you already believe. But like a person like me who has read into these things and did it myself and did the work, I'm not looking at the apologetics and being like, oh, this is convincing. Because for me, it's like, no, I did that work, and that's a possibility. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a possibility what they're saying is true, but it's so minute compared to, like, actually when you read the words and what it actually says. Taking it at face value makes a lot more sense than just this, like, possible outcome they want to present you with to keep you believing.
Well, I certainly agree with you in reading things on face value, is that I want to see things as they're written, as it's being said. I'm not trying to look for like a loophole in anything. I want the truth,
Facts.
Obviously. For sure.
Well, I appreciate that. That's where I was, truth, and that's what led me away. I read it for what it said, and I was a big liker of Francis Chan, and now I'm not that great on Francis Chan, but because me and him have differing beliefs, but he was like, read the Bible for what it says, and I took that serious, and when I did it, it just didn't hold up. It just didn't.
Yeah, I have a lot of issues with a lot of modern day preachers, and kind of everyone has their own different interpretation of what's being said.
Yep.
Which is obviously not a good thing. It causes strife within, I guess, the church itself, where you have this person saying this is true, or this one saying this is true. Like you have all these different divisions of I'm a Baptist, I'm a Lutheran, I'm such and such and such and such, and it doesn't look good at the end of the day.
Well, what I would tell you, Truth, is go just like instead of like getting more and more information, what I would say is go away from here, look at the things we've given you, look at the Christian apologetics, look at all the resources critically, and then come back to my live. I'm live every Monday and Thursday, 6:30 Central Time to 9:30, or 5:30 Central Time to 9:30. Justin is live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Typically Monday, Wednesday, Friday, yeah.
Yeah. So look out for us and come back and discuss these things as you get these things, and we will have a genuine discussion with you. Like,
for sure.
We don't have to be like beating on somebody. It's when people come up here, they're assholes or they just don't want to be honest. It's frustrating, but we would love to see you in the future and talk some of these things through with you, and because I think it's important, even if you stay in the faith, Truth, I think it's important that we look at everybody's point of view, and that's how we all are going to like move forward, is looking at each other's point of view, having these discussions, and weighing them out. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But I appreciate you, man. Do you have anything else to say before I drop you down?
Well, there was one other thing. I guess that other guy that was on here before saying that being homosexual is a choice. I don't agree with that. I don't think that it's a choice in the same sense that, I'm born with that innate lustful attraction to women, is that I don't necessarily have a choice in that. I just understand that it's a part of the human nature and the fall of man and the sin that we live in. From my understanding, and no. I can't judge you or anyone else for your own conflicts that you have. Not saying in any sense that there is conflict, but I can't see you as any less or greater than me than I am myself, because I make mistakes, you make mistakes, we all make mistakes, and it's a matter of learning and growing and choosing to do the right thing at the end of the day.
No, I do understand that point of view from a Christian standpoint.
I want to apologize on behalf of a lot of Christians that are out there that have this hateful stance towards that, because our word clearly states to love your neighbor as yourself, and it's not our job to judge anyone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Truth, have a great night. I hope you,
yes, you as well.
You go look into the things that we've discussed. Truth. Yes, here's the thing, chat, is Christians are going to believe it's a sin. They could be the nicest person, and the majority of Christians you talk to are going to think it's a sin. So the best we can get is, out of most Christians, is we're all sinners in this. And when I first started talking about the LGBTQ thing, it still infuriated me. Now I'm more like, I'll take that as kind of a win, because those people are at least open-minded to, we were created this way, we were made this way, so who are they to judge us based on how God created us? Regardless if they think ultimately it is a sin or not, I think it's a W in the fact that they aren't going to be pushing legislation to try to hinder the LGBTQ community. But I appreciate you all for being here. We have a half hour left in the live. We have 18,000 likes to go. Guys, if you could get me to that 100K goal, we have made it every time on TikTok. We've made it to 100K. and we have the last 2 lives have had the most people, and I've had the harder time getting to 100K likes. Please tap them likes, get us to 100K. This is an up and coming thing. We are trying to do this more like the Line or AXP or something, and have these discussions to atheists together. And guys, I think it's awesome. If you are out there and you are an atheist and you are interested in doing one of these lives, reach out to me in my DMs. We will talk a little bit, and if I feel comfortable with you, we will set up a date. September is already taken. October, I'm going to open up, but not until September starts, because like people are already trying to schedule. They've already scheduled all of September. It's a lot to keep up with. So reach out to me, let me know. But as I open up for my the future, Dugald is September 4th. Dark Knight is September 1st. After that, it's kind of a blur because it's a lot of scheduling to do. But we're going to keep these lives going every Monday, every Thursday. Even if I can't be here, I have people to step in. Even if I'm supposed to be here, I have people lined up that will step in. We will make sure the live is going every Monday and Thursday from here to the foreseeable future, because these are important topics, guys. These are wonderful, and I'm sure we'll have Justin back. We'll have Joel Reed's Bible back.
Sure.
At some point, we're gonna get Mezzo, even though he's kind of obfuscating. If you know what I mean. He's too busy drawing PPs on his whiteboard, but we'll get him at some point. Daniel Green is going to be on here at some point. We're working that out because our time zone differences. We are definitely going to make this is gonna be something awesome, guys. And I think the biggest thing is, if you're a small creator, get in touch with me, because I think this is a good way to get you out there, get your stuff shown to more people, and yeah, this is kind of my goal, is to bring everybody to the forefront that has things to offer in the deconstruction conversation atmosphere, and I want everybody to get a chance to get out there. Other than that, if you're in the YouTube, click that thumbs up, subscribe right now. If you want to see more like these in the future, we are only on here for now. As we grow on our YouTube, we will start streaming again to the Deconstruction Junction. It was just, we're trying to grow this channel, so it was getting a little like askew. But we will eventually start over there. And starting in a couple lives, it will be sub-only chat. So it will get people to subscribe more over there on the YouTubes.
I would also say too, there's a lot of people probably here who don't realize they're not following this channel. Like, they see me, then they see you, and they just assume they're already following you. But this is the new channel, so make sure you're checking and following this new JA Debates channel, just in case you're not.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't my main channel. I have like, I don't know, 18,000 followers on my main channel. This is a new channel, guys, so make sure you're following this channel, because this is where all of these lives are going to take place. If you're subscribed over there, quit that subscription, subscribe over here. This is where it's going to be from here on out on Mondays and Thursdays. Rimbles. I'm gonna say the guest name, but give me a second. Come des Garçons?
It's
Garcon?
really good because a lot of people don't get that, but you can just call me calm. Calm. It's cool.
I work with some Hispanic people, so like I get it for the most part, but it's still a little obscure. But anyway,
Yeah.
are you a Christian, and what is your age?
Yeah. I'm definitely over 21. If that is relevant, and yeah, I
Nice.
am a Christian
Yep.
in terms of follower of Christ.
Yeah, I just need to
Yeah,
know
my
that you're over
inquiry.
18 and you're.
Oh, okay.
So what is your best reason why me and Justin here should return to Jesus or believe in Jesus?
hmm Yeah. So first and foremost, I'm not like your traditional Christian that you may come across in the world. My belief system focuses solely on the creator of the heavens and the earth. And whatever you decide, whatever you and your friend here on the panel decide to do, that is completely up to you. And you have your right and free will to, choose the life that you wish to lead. Um, that being said, my inquiry to you is, do you truly believe that God does not exist? Do you believe that in your whole essence and fiber of your soul or body?
Yes. I would not
Okay.
even say I'm agnostic on the fact if God
Mhm.
exists or not.
Okay. So would you agree that existence is everything within space, time, and matter that we could perceive?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And you believe that
Yep.
anything outside of space, time, and matter ceases to exist?
Yeah, because it would be illogical. I don't believe in
To
things
to
that are
our
illogical.
Okay, it will be illogical to your current understanding.
No, based on the laws of logic, it would be illogical.
Okay, well, based on the lots of logic, many things that humanity said were illogical or not logical,
Like what?
later on grew to humanity having some form of understanding or greater
Like
understanding.
what?
Uh, Multiple things, like the singularity, how it's changed over time with division by zero, and how we understand the universe, the known universe, or dark energy, or
Wait,
the Big
Division by
Bang,
I don't know if that
Huh.
I don't know if that answered the question. What's the singularity got to do with
okay.
illogical?
So for example, what I'm stating, what I move to state is that things over
What?
time that humanity has believed in that were a
Like what?
fact, those facts have changed over time.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
that
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 doesn't
has
make
nothing
them
to do with logic.
illogical. So we're talking about the laws of logic. None of those things are outside the laws of logic, and we know that because we can test them by the laws of logic.
Okay,
The
so by the
God
laws of
concept
logic,
is outside logic.
oh, how is it outside logic? Define what God means.
Okay, is God outside of time?
Yes, God is out of time, space, and matter
Okay,
because it's
so can
eternal.
God?
It's not
So what
subjugated
is?
to time.
Hold on. What is time? Would you agree that
Time is a
time is the
concept of
changing
measure.
of
Time
states?
time is a concept of measure.
Yeah. What is it measuring? The changing of states?
It's measuring space, time, matter, everything that is within what we perceive to
What
be
is
existence.
time?
Everything that is
No, that's not
measurable within
true.
what we perceive to be in existence.
No, that's not true. So time is not just measuring what matter is. What quality of time is measuring what matter is?
Is that even a logical question?
Well, you just said that time measures matter. Explain to me how
Well,
time
I'm
measures
explaining
matter.
to you, listen, I'm explaining to you that time measures everything within what we perceive to be existence. For example, the progression of events, celestial changing times
Yep,
like
progression
bodies,
of
the sun,
events.
the moon, the stars,
Good.
things that.
Awesome. Progression of events is what
No,
time
God is
is.
not limited to that.
Was there a
Yeah,
point?
but God is not limited to that.
Shut up. No, he is, because I can
Oh, here
show
comes the
you that he
disrespect. Here
is.
comes the
Was there a
disrespect.
point, Kome, was there a point when God was not creating the earth?
Was there a point when God was not creating the earth?
Yep.
So God is beyond points. So
Was
what
there
are you
a?
referring
It's a
to?
yes or no question. Was there a point where God was not creating the earth?
So before existence was created, God
It's a
was,
yes or
is,
no
and always will be.
question. Was there a
God was
point
always
where
present.
God? It's a yes or no question. I don't know why you can't answer it.
God
It's a
was
yes
always
or no
present.
question. Was there a point when God was not creating the earth?
There was a point when the earth was not created.
Yeah, God was not creating it, was he? At some point.
It didn't exist.
Did God go from creating earth to, or from not creating earth to creating earth?
That is not a feasible question at
Did
all.
God go? So we're until you give me a yes or no, and then we're going to figure out if you're going to be honest or not. So it's a yes or no question. Was there a time that God went from not creating earth, or was there a
There
point?
was a time when the earth did not exist.
Yes, and then there was a time where God decided to create the earth.
God could do whatever God wills because God is eternal, has no
That's
beginning
not
or
the
end.
question. Look at this. You
Look
can't
at you.
answer the question because you know you're cooked
So I
already.
asked you a question. No, far from.
I do not care. We're going to answer
Let's
my
control
question, or
mute
I'll just
mics.
I will kick you if you do not
You can
answer
run
the
if you like.
question.
You can run
Is
if
there
you
a
like.
time where God chose to create the earth after he was not creating the earth? Yes or no?
Your question makes no sense whatsoever.
Did God choose to create the earth?
Yes, God did
At
will
what
to
point
create the
did
earth.
At what point did he choose to create the earth?
What are you referring to?
There was a
What
time
point?
where he was not creating the earth, and then there was a time where he was creating the earth. So there was
How is that
obviously
how is that even relevant to the question?
it
That
is relevant
what God
because it's a
is.
progression of time. What I'm demonstrating to you, and you're too dumb to understand, is
I'm far from that.
yeah, you're too fucking dumb to understand. Is
You're just
that
upset because you're gay and outside of the realm of God's
I'm
will.
not gay, but I'm
Okay, I'm
married and
sure.
I have 4 kids, but that's besides the point.
Okay.
So here's the problem with what you're saying. You're saying that there was a time God didn't create the earth wasn't created,
No,
but
what
then
I'm
there was
saying
a
is that
time.
no, listen and learn. Listen and learn. I'll tell you what I'm saying. Other than
Okay,
you try to paraphrase, okay? What I'm
okay,
saying is everything within space, time, and matter is what we call existence. Anything out
okay. So I'm gonna mute you because that's not
no,
what
yeah,
I'm
that's what I
talking
thought.
about. I'm
That's what I
talking
thought.
about the
That's what
question. Yeah, you can sit here and
because
act
it
like
proves
you're
you're
winning,
wrong.
but you're not. Everybody in this
Keep muting.
everybody in here knows that you're
What's
not winning this
eternal is not
conversation.
limited to time. What's
Hold
eternal is not
on.
limited to time.
You've already stated that it is the
So what's the
progression of
definition of God?
it is
What's
the
the definition of
progression
God?
of
Are we
events.
talking
You
about
already
time or
Kome,
God?
shut
Are
the
we
fuck
talking about
up
time
and
or God?
look.
Oh, look at him
He
getting
doesn't
mad.
have the fruits of the spirit. Kome, do you know
Look at him
that the
getting
fruit?
mad.
Did you
What
know
has
that the
no?
fruit of the spirit
Look at you
is
getting mad.
I'm not mad. What it
You're
is
very mad.
no
You said God does not exist. God is
no
not.
God does not exist, and I'm
You
showing
said
you
okay. Listen.
logically how. You believe
Oh,
God
we're
is
gonna keep
outside of
muting.
time. God is
We're
not
gonna keep
outside of
muting.
time because that's not even me
Okay.
muting
Are we
you.
gonna
My
have a conversation?
mods are sick of your mouth.
So
So
get your mods. Get your mods in check.
hold on. No, because all you're
Put
doing
your
is
dogs on a
rambling.
leash.
So are you going to actually engage, yes or no?
Oh, I'm definitely getting engaged if I'm not muted.
Okay.
Great.
So
So just to be clear, I was muting you because there's actually a conversation trying to be had
Are we
here.
talking about God or time?
There's actually a conversation trying to be had here, and currently the phase of the conversation is about time. Now, I actually want to hear the
No,
rest of the
currently you tried to force the.
currently the phase of the
Oh my God!
conversation that you're in is about what time is, what time does, is God in time, is God outside of time. I actually want to hear the conclusion of this phase of the argument, which means in order to do that, you got to stop doing the meta. We don't need the meta. I just want to hear the
There's
argument.
no meta. God is God is eternal, so time does not apply.
What
All right,
is
so
time?
You gotta keep muting, keep muting, keep running. Every time you
so
mute, you run.
Joyful, what was the last question that you asked him before he ran
Every
away?
time you mute, you run.
Before he
Me getting mute by
ran,
you is not
I
running away.
asked
How'd I run? You're muting me.
before he started running,
Before
I
he got
asked him if there was
before
a
the mute.
state where God wasn't creating and then he started creating the earth, and then ever since then he's just been rambling. Because he said that time was the progression of things.
That's what I heard. That's why I assumed that was the next talking point, which is, what do you mean by a progression of things? Because it sounds like the topic of creation is going to fit into a progression of things.
Yeah, but he's instead crashing out because he knows that if he actually
Far from. I can't even have a conversation with you.
is going from not creating to creating a progression.
You said it's going from not creating to creating a progression.
Yep.
Who's to say that God didn't create before the earth? That's the thing.
That isn't what I asked you. It's a yes or no
It doesn't fit into
question.
your
Why
realm,
can't
right?
you
It doesn't
answer?
He
fit into
can't
your
answer.
limitations.
He can't answer
answer
because
to your
he
he knows where
limitations.
the
already.
answer leads.
Far from.
Guess who knows where the answer leads? He's refusing the answer.
You try to place what's eternal into limitations. You can't place what is eternal into limitations.
Not creating to creating a progression. Yes or no?
Who says that
It's a
God
yes
was
or
not
no.
creating prior to the earth? Who said that God was not creating prior to the earth?
He's talking about the
God is
creation
eternal.
of
I'm
the
talking
earth.
about the creation of the earth. Was going from not creating the earth to creating the earth a progression.
What progression off what basis?
Not creating the earth to creating the earth. That's a cycle of events. Do you agree?
It's crazy that once you ask like the difficult question, they all of a sudden forget what basic English words mean. What is a progression? What
No,
is blue?
you're just trying to limit God into your limited perspective, but what's eternal can't be limited.
No, we're going off of your definition of what time is. You said
Are you trying
that it
to
was the
equate God to actions?
Come, no, you said we are using your fucking definition. Okay, we're using your fucking definition.
Okay,
you said it's the progression of events.
We know you're
Those were
down low. Don't get
your.
upset.
Shut the fuck up. Those were your words. Now I'm using them in my argument. Is going from not creating the earth to creating a progression of events. It's a yes or no. This is your last fucking chance to answer. It's a yes or no. The next word out of your mouth better be yes or no.
I'm assuming it's not going to be either.
From a human perspective,
he can't
answer it.
He can answer. God, these guys are just crazy.
Words mean nothing, Joyful. Come on.
I know this, but it's so infuriating. Like, just answer. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
But have you considered nuh-uh?
I have considered nuh-uh, and I'm not sure like how I feel about it.
Oh boy.
Stay woke.
Hey,
do you
how's everybody
think
doing this evening?
pretty good? I know you're older than 18. Do you think God is outside of time?
I do believe that. I believe he's outside of time, definitely.
Can you give me a definition of time?
I mean, you were making a good point. I mean, day zero is where God was not creating. Day one is when he started. You know, and so on. The progression of time is pretty clear.
Yeah, so God is within time because to make any choice would be taking up time.
Right, he entered into time to start creating.
Absolutely not. Did God ever do anything before creating the earth?
I'm not sure. Does the scriptures imply anything or say anything?
So you think God was just living for infinity before creating the earth in some sort of like comatose state?
I'm not sure. I've never thought about that. I mean, but before I get into my spiel, I want to say thanks for having me up. I know I was with Justin yesterday, and he kind of crashed out on me. But I mean, I forgive you. But
I crashed out on you because you refused to answer basic fifth grader questions. And you do this on every live stream. And last time you were on my live stream, you wasted 2 hours by evading every question I gave you. And I wasn't going to do it a second time.
Well, that wasn't true. I mean, it wasn't 2 hours. I doubt you gave me 2 hours. But nonetheless, I mean, yeah, I'm saying man to man, like we're men, we should be able to civilly discuss it.
No, we're men.
I feel like I put you in a space that was like, it's something there. I don't know what I said, but it's definitely something there. And you want to explore
No,
that
you're
space.
just insufferable. I've seen you do the same shtick on everybody else's live stream. You don't have any answers. You don't engage honestly. You avoid questions. You're a waste of space on every panel you ever get on.
I mean, that's what you say.
Well, prove me wrong then.
You're entitled to it.
Answer Joyful's questions honestly. Don't run from them. Don't be evasive, and prove me wrong.
I mean, I'm not here to prove anybody wrong. I mean,
because you're not going to do it, are you? Go ahead, prove me wrong.
But yeah, I mean, I'm going to engage the host, and like how I do with you, respectfully, honestly. I'm going to give you some things to think about. That's all.
Okay. No, you definitely won't be doing that.
So what is the reason I should believe in your God?
I mean, the reason? I mean,
yeah. Like, what's a good reason for me to believe in your God?
I heard you speaking earlier, and you, you say you're more or less the prodigal son, right? I mean, you're coming from a background of the faith. You are in a family. You come from a family of the faith, and it's very. There's no other way to say it. It's really sad to me to hear that, you've got this journey that you're going, but we all have journeys and struggles and stuff and trials and tribulations, that. But I mean, to part ways from your family to pursue new knowledge, I mean, it's isolating yourself is what David did when he, was running and living in caves. It's a season that you're going through that for sure, like, I mean, hey, you have to get your truth. And I encourage everybody on a journey to seek their truth, to seek the truth. And yeah, come back home when you're finished. Come back home when you're ready.
They're so full of themselves.
I'm definitely not going back to Christianity. My hope is that my family will eventually leave Christianity. So, do you have a reason I should actually join Christianity, or are you just trying to make me feel bad because my family and me are on the outs?
I mean, it happens to us all for one reason or another. But nonetheless, I mean, I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I do believe that in your heart, I mean, and let me say this, you're definitely not like divorced, and God does not turn his back on his children, right? But I mean, I think we all agree that like in the book of Jeremiah, I think it's the last chapter, it states that a day where the laws of God is written on everyone's heart. And I mean, we're in that time right now. And I mean, you have the law on your heart right now. You've been baptized.
Somebody just paid $5 over on YouTube to kick you stay woke because you will not stay on topic and all you do is try to stay away from actually engaging. So, thank you for the $2. Stay woke equals most dishonest TikToker. Thank you for the $4.99 kick stay woke. He just here to stun lock you. And then we have this up here. No truth equals dishonesty. Plain and simple. There is, yeah. Thank you guys so much for those super chats. Let's see who's in the box. We might have time for one more, but no, it's Kome.
The first time I saw Stay Woke. It was on Thinker's panel, and
Mhm.
he evaded 5th grade level questions for like 45 minutes until Thinker finally yelled at him, and then he thought it was funny. I'm like, what a troll. What a loser. And
Marduk,
he does that everywhere.
thank you for the $5 on Super Chat to kick Stay Woke next time. There we go. Stay Woke, I guess you are not welcome here. But guys, I appreciate you. Justin, thank you so much for being here. We are shutting down. We only have 8 minutes left. If there's in this 8 minutes, if there's anybody, we're only going to take 1 or 2, but if there's any friendlies that want to come up and ask a question, I always produce this at the last like 10-15 minutes. Come up, ask me or Justin a question, and we will try to field it as best as possible, but we're going to limit it to 2 because when Joel was with me, we ended up live for an extra hour because how many people? So we are going to bring up just a couple, and we will...
I did think of a syllogism as you were talking about time.
Okay.
What do you think about this? Premise number 1, free will requires the ability to choose.
Okay.
Right? Premise number 2, choices require a thought process.
Yep.
Premise number 3, thought processes happen in time.
Yep.
Which means there's a couple different conclusions. Conclusion number 1 is God doesn't have any free will if he's outside of time. Or conclusion number 2, he does have free will and he must be in time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No, that's a good syllogism. I'm actually probably going to write that down here shortly. Shay Kingsley, thank you so much. $10 on a super chat. Appreciate you so much. I love what you guys are doing. Keep up the fight for critical thinking. Both you, Just and Justin, I love your lives and listen to them every day. Well, Shay, I hope that what we're doing here is making a difference, because that's the whole point, is to make a difference in people's lives and in the world we're living in. I appreciate the $10. That will go back into equipment for these live streams to be better. I'm looking towards getting some more equipment so I can facilitate these lives a little better. We have a lot of technical difficulties on what I'm working with right now. So every dollar counts in making these lives a little better. Carice, are you over 18, and what do you have for us here in the last few minutes?
Yeah, I am over 18. I'm a friendly. I have, okay, so they lost me back at the basics as far as the doctrine and following the doctrine. That being said, I'm kind of like you. I have my whole family's involved still, so I was raised in it a lot, so it's almost like playing chess against yourself. Like, I never believed it, but I think in that language, and it's always like there's like that other voice that is saying the counterpoint. So one of the things that came up that I have a question about, that I would like to answer, that question that comes to my mind is, as far as the New Testament prophecies go, if we don't know who wrote the Gospels, and they wrote it retroactively, potentially making ties to Old Testament prophecies, if what they wrote in there was saying things that may or may not have actually been said by Jesus, and it was about things that he was predicting in the future, when they wrote, I guess I'm wondering about the timing of things. When they wrote it, with the Daniel stuff, that was accurate right up until the point that it got written, and then it got inaccurate in the future. But this stuff where he says, "Surely I say to you, there will be people still on earth who are not all of my disciples will have passed away, but by the time they wrote this, were all the disciples passed away? Like, why would they write something that's already wrong? Does that make sense? That was the question that I had.
So, I mean, it's a really good question. And I think most people are of the opinion that some of the disciples were alive during the earliest formations of the gospel. For example, John was believed to have lived quite a time. So that being said, you can certainly make that case. If Mark is the earliest gospel and Mark is being written around the year 70 or so, then you can certainly see why one or multiple disciples of Jesus could still be alive, namely, let's say Peter, because Mark was often thought to be the companion of Peter. You could definitely see why Mark would find that to be a persuasive prediction in the year 70 or even 71 if he's chilling with Peter, the cousin, because he's a cousin of Barnabas, and he's writing this down. Again, we don't know if Mark actually wrote Mark, but my opinion is that Mark was written while the disciples probably would have been alive, and then the other gospels, it's hard to tell when they were written.
Okay, so when they would write something like that, it would to add sort of like a sense of urgency, like this is imminently going to go down, so you better like spread the word quickly. Is that kind of the thought?
Well, I think that's part of it. The other thing I would point out is that even in Mark, the earliest gospel, the thing right after that promise he's going to come back and judge everybody, and some of the people standing there will still be alive. Right after he says that is the transfiguration. And I think most New Testament scholars are under the opinion that the arrangement of events was done purposely for the reader to assume that the transfiguration could have satisfied that. So I think you've got two possible answers. Some of the gospel authors probably assumed it was literal and there were disciples currently alive, and some gospel authors probably thought it was fulfilled in the transfiguration. Got to remember, the gospel authors believed in this really nonsensical fulfillment of prophecy from the Old Testament, so it certainly wouldn't have been a stretch for them to think that the transfiguration was a fulfillment of Jesus's prediction.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that answers my question. And Joyful, I always love your stuff. And Justin, I saw you go into like 4 a.m. or something talking to a guy named Bob, and it was amazing. And you guys,
Thanks.
You folks are great. And I even know Red State, so rock on. And wishing you all the best.
Hey,
well,
good
thank
to hear
you,
from you.
Chris.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, I don't want to take too long. Hey, Justin, it's Cody. I hope you're well.
Hey, Cody. Good to hear from you.
I hope you're well. Hi, Jay. I don't know you. I think I've seen you before, but I've been obsessed with this story that came out. It's about Mike Johnson and how he went to the occupied West Bank because he has brought 5 red heifers there for Numbers 19. He invited a rabbi and a Texas evangelical preacher, and they have shipped 5 red heifers from Texas to Israel, and they have lined, like the place where they are holding them, they are lining it up like to the Second Temple. Yeah, and I mean, it's near the Temple Mount for like the sacrifice. And I just have found this fascinating, and I was curious if you'd heard the story before.
I haven't. This is news to me. It's crazy though.
Yeah, I watched a video on it the other day, and they actually had Mike talking about it, and like it would seem to be a legit story. So it just shows how like crazy evangelicals are. They're ready to like torch everything to like send people to hell that don't believe, and they get to go to heaven. It's nuts. It's nuts. And I think that the only reason you would personally like, I think it's crazy that you would be backing Trump and then try to bring on the end of the world. but these people are nuts.
Well, I think it shows the danger of supremacy as an ideology, right? And how people can have supremacist ideology and their idea, like it being so different from one another, but how they can like lock arms together and, you know, carry out these things together. Because, you know, technically, if these are like Mike Johnson's a Christian Zionist, like this would be essentially like, you know, like they would have to, like what he would want to do is essentially, you know, convert and wipe out part of the population there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just all of it's absolutely nuts. And I would just suggest if anyone wants to look this up, you can look up Drop Site News, and it's Ryan Grimm. He did the story about last week or so, beginning of August, and it's just I don't know. I've been obsessed about it. Yeah, it's really weird. There's videos of like him, Mike Johnson, and the rabbi and the preacher from Texas, like on the stage and being like, "Yes, we bought the property," and blah blah blah. And they show pictures of the heifers. Yeah, I thought it was fake too, and I was like, "This is." It's just been eating up space in my brain, so I thought I would ask. Yo, here, I'm gonna get out of here.
Red State, I appreciate you being here. I know that you're Justin fan. I hope that you stick around in this channel. We have. It's kind of a new thing. We are bringing up different co-hosts to do kind of like the line thing, and I hope to see you around more. But yeah, I looked into it. There are several like things that have been said even by Mike Johnson that would make me believe that this is true. But it is kind of crazy, and I think it's crazy that mainstream isn't. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Like, I usually am like, no, conspiracy theory, fuck that. But there's a lot of people talking about this, and they even have statements of him, like, making these statements about the red heifers and bringing it, like, it's a crazy thing, yeah.
I think we're going to continue to see mainstream media fail us because of the way they have capitulated to this administration. For one example, look up LA Music Festival. That's LA Music Festival. And then I had something else to say. I forgot what. Fuck it. I forgot what it's going to be. Yeah, oh yeah, Mike Johnson. Look up Mike Johnson Purity Ball on YouTube. Mike Johnson Purity Ball. It's a really disgusting thing that we've done here in America for a very long time that replaced actual reproduction like healthcare and like our education stuff. It's really fucking gross. Anyways, y'all have a good night.
Right on. Thank you, Red State. I appreciate you being here.
Cheers, Justin. You take care, man.
I'm actually pretty familiar with purity balls, and they're quite absurd.
Lobes, before you go, I want to read a couple super chats here. Where did I leave off? Shay Kingsley is where I left off. Thank you for the $9.99 Small Johnson. I like the name and I appreciate the $9.99. Love both of you guys. Very much appreciated. Elton, thank you so much for the 10 JA Debates memberships. Yeah, I have handed out memberships, but to be honest, I've never got memberships before on this channel. So I appreciate that a tremendous amount. Guys, I don't expect a dime, but every dime you put into this channel is the more I can output to you guys. Spike Steve, thank you for the $10 super chat. Here's to keep that moron off your stream fund. Praise Doug. I will probably never I'll probably never have Stay Woke up again, but it was the end of the live, and yeah. Jay, thank you for the $2 in the heart. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. And then finally, Shay Kingsley, I recognize your voice. $10. Thank you for that $10. I recognize your voice from Justin's lives. Here's 10 more to help you out. RHFD.
Rock hard for Doug.
Rock hard for Doug. Joyful. You keep it up, brother. Yes, our lives are powered by Doug and Justin. That is how our lives are powered. They keep us going, and they are amazing. Lobes, what do you got for us here tonight, my friend?
You guys are just so lost that I mean, I just wanted to say I'm gonna be praying for the both of y'all.
Okay.
And nah, fuck that shit. I want to ask my usual silly question.
Okay.
So, guys, if the Gospels were like a buddy comedy and Jesus were portrayed as the straight man, who would his wacky sidekick be that he has to put up with? Who would you cast in that role?
Ooh, that's a good one. I have to think on that for a second.
The Ernie to his Bert, the Sean to his Gus, if you ever seen Psych.
Yep. I love Psych.
I wanna like migrate towards Peter because he was such like a fool, but
It doesn't have to be another Bible character. You could literally make
oh,
it Sean Spencer if you want. Whatever you think would be funny. Don't take it too seriously.
that does make it good.
Peter Griffin.
Or Peter Griffin could play the actual Peter.
I'd
True.
enjoy that.
Peter, played by
Imagining
Peter
it in a
Griffin, would
cutscene.
be Jesus' sidekick.
That's exactly how it would work.
Jesus does need like a non-serious sidekick counterpart for like to make it be a good cartoon.
Mhm.
Like Marvin, was it Harry and Marv? What were the name of the wet bandits from Home Alone?
Oh, Harry and Marv.
I think that's what it was. Yeah, the Harry Lime.
David says
Yeah.
David says Jim Carrey, and one of the examples I was going to give was Ace Ventura, and I was like, I already listed a couple of examples, so I think that Jim Carrey would be a really funny one.
Mike Peabody said it should be Mike Johnson.
Darth Dawkins.
Oh my God.
He'd make as much sense, probably, but
I think Jesus would have to smite Darth Dawkins after 5 minutes.
yeah, I don't think Darth Dawkins would last long.
He would be like,
Can
Jesus, I got it from here. Let me, no, Jesus, you sit down. I've got this.
Justin, do you have one more debate in you, or are you tired?
I got another debate in me.
Okay. Eli, we will bring you up. One last debate. Lobes, thanks for being here. We are going to bring up one last debate to close us out.
Real quick, Joyful.
What's up?
I messaged you about that day you asked me. I was able to get it off, and I messaged you. I don't know if you got it because I didn't see your response.
Yes, yeah, we got that.
Okay, cool. We're set. All right, I'll see you.
I meant to message you back. I forgot. Love you, brother.
Cheers, Lobes.
Lobes is awesome. All right, let's see. Eli, I'm going to bring you up real quick. We got one last debate in us. Make it count.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yeah, how old are you? And are you a believer in God?
Yes, I'm 28 and I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Nice. What is the reason that me or Justin should quit believing God doesn't exist and actually does?
Well, do you think that there is foundational truth in the universe and regularity in the universe?
I think there's regularity.
But you don't think there's foundational truth?
I do not believe in foundational truth, no.
Well,
Depends. What do you mean by foundational truth? Let's get that definition first.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think that if you say on one hand that you believe in regularity, that would be a form of foundational truth. You know, that would be something like a universal that is universally known and universally known to be true, and something by which you would come to make truth claims and knowledge claims with. Right?
No.
Why not?
Truth claim just means something is in accordance with reality. So, like, if I
That's the thing,
said,
that's what's in question is reality. You're saying in accordance
Eli,
with reality.
were you gonna let me
accordance with
finish
the
talking or no? Eli,
Yeah,
did
go
you want
ahead, but
did you want to hear my answer or
No,
no?
sir, go ahead. Forgive me.
Okay, so truth is that which is in accordance with reality. So, like, neither one of us, neither Joyful or I, believe that there's like a transit statement that was made. It either something is true. All we mean is whatever proposition or statement that was made, it either does appear to comport with reality or it doesn't. That's all that.
Whenever you say comport with reality, what I'm saying is that's kind of begging the question, because I'm referring to regularity, which is a part of reality. And you're saying that's presupposing that there's something truthful about reality. That's what I'm asking when I ask if you believe in foundational truths.
No, truthfulness about reality isn't a quality that reality has. It's an observation. Something is observed to be true or observed to not be true.
Well, then why would you say that you make truth claims based on whether it comports with reality, but now you say that reality has no truthfulness or regularity? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a truth claim be
reality
based
isn't a
off of reality if
proposition.
that's the case?
Reality is not a proposition.
I know, but what you're saying is that your standard for a truth claim is whether it comports with reality.
That's right. Yeah, it would call it true, but reality itself isn't a proposition.
Well, I know, but it's your metric, it's your standard for whether or not something's truthful. But that
I agree.
I
That's,
know, but
that's all we
implying
have.
that there's truthfulness within reality, that there's regularity within reality, which would presuppose
Regularity
a
and
foundational
truthfulness
truth.
aren't the same thing. I don't know why you keep conflating those two.
So is it untrue that reality has regularity? Untrue that reality has regularity?
Reality has some things that are regular, but saying regularity and truthfulness are the same thing is.
What are some like to say that it has some things that are regular? I mean, like everything that you would use in order, like whenever you say, well, I make truth claims on whether it comports to reality, it's not just some things about the regularity, it's actually the entire schema, right? Like if we if we take logic, for example, like, the law of identity, like that's something that has regularity, no?
The law of identity is a description of the way the universe behaves. It's not something that is prescriptive, it's descriptive. So to say that it has regularity is a meaningless statement.
Well, how's it? It was just a question. Like, is that a form of regularity in nature?
Yes, it describes a regularity within nature. I agree with that.
Okay, right. But what I think the point I'm trying to get to is that you use things like logic. I think that's a good primary example. And scientists, mathematicians all utilize logic, and yet you have no foundation or grounding for it whatsoever. And so
it doesn't need grounding.
Well, how does it not need grounding? How can you?
Why would it need grounding?
Well, so don't you think you need to justify your claims? Don't you think that's important?
Claims are justified by whether or not they comport with reality, not by whether or not they're grounded in some metaphysical law of logic.
Well, I'm asking you if, like, you're the one, like, you are using the law of logic as if it exists, and I'm asking, basically,
no, I'm not.
Eli, how do we know that logic works?
Well, yeah, that's basically what I'm asking.
Eli, how do we know? I'm asking you, how do we know that logic works?
It is a law of the law. If it's specifically the law of identity, we know it works.
No, there's many. The law of identity is not the only part of logic. So, Eli, I'm asking you, how do we know how logic works? It's a very simple thing to answer. I don't know why we have to go on a tangent.
The impossibility of the contrary.
Okay, why?
Here comes the precept.
Why do we know? Why do we know that there is impossibility of a contrary?
Because it's part of the regularity of nature.
Yeah, so it comports with reality.
Right.
Okay, so that's how we know logic works. It's just a method we use that comports with reality. There's no need
I know, but I'm
for
saying
Eli, shut
Sorry,
up.
sorry,
There's
sorry.
no reason that we need an underlying cause for logic to be true. The underlying cause is we have found that logic always comports with reality. It's just a tool.
I know, but okay, so what I'm getting at though is whenever you say things like that, it always comports with reality. This is presupposing that that is trustworthy in a meaningful way, that is objective outside of your own empirical
I'm not
sense data.
presupposing anything. I have evidence to presupposition is going to be something I assume.
We all presuppose.
Hold on,
it.
presuppositions.
But I'm saying my worldview can account for it.
Presuppositions are something I assume before having adequate evidence for.
Right, exactly.
I have adequate evidence that logic comports with reality, so there's no presupposition.
And what is your evidence that it comports with reality in a universal way? Like outside.
I don't know
of
why you
just
keep
your own
using
mind.
universal. Why do you keep adding stuff to what he said?
Well, no, because it's part of the truthfulness of it that it is. If it's a law,
Did Joyful say that it's universal? Did Joyful say that it was universal?
Well, then let me ask you: do you think the law of
Did
identity
Joyful
is
say
universal?
that it was universal?
Can I ask him? You guys are getting really aggressive, and I've been pretty calm. Can I ask him?
No,
Do you
we're
think
not
it's
getting
universal?
aggressive. The problem is like you can't stay on track.
I'm right here
So
with
just
you,
try,
dude.
so just try to pay
What
attention.
always
So
happens every time I ask the hard-hitting questions to atheists.
they're not
they get kind of
hard-hitting
mad.
questions. The problem that you have is that you ask questions and then you talk over the host. So if you want to have an actual conversation, what you don't do is ask questions and then talk over the host when they try to answer your question.
Forgive
so
me, I shouldn't have
maybe
done that.
you can be an adult and we can have a real conversation, or maybe not.
Sure, 100%. I'm with
Okay.
you. So
Now,
do you
Joyful
believe
gave
that
you a
the laws of-
description of what he considers the laws of logic, and in his description, it never included anything about objective or universal.
Well, that's what I'm saying about a presupposition. So let me ask you, just to clarify, so that I can understand your position. Do you think that the laws of logic only work for you, or do they work universally across humanity?
It works
and absent
universally inside the world as we know it.
Oh, okay, so they are universal then. So that guy
As
saying,
we
did he
no,
say
we'll
they're
try this
universal?
again.
As we know
okay,
it.
so
Okay,
we'll
gotcha.
try this again. So universally as we know it means that there's a limit. The limit is what we know.
Oh, okay, right. So it's only what we know. So
Yes, if we find an occasion where the laws of logic fail, then we'll have an occasion where it fails. Then then we would say that
you
it's
really
not.
can't actually
Then we
know
would say
anything.
it's not universal within
Yeah,
all we know.
the laws of logic have not always been what we have the laws of logic as today. Because trial and error, logic is just a tool that we have found and we build upon to create an idea of what we can understand to be true or false based like if something inherently contradicts, we know that it cannot be a reality because it's not logical. It is illogical. Something that is illogical cannot exist
Okay, gotcha.
within
So-
the reality we live.
So let me ask you a question. You said that the laws of logic have not always existed as we know them today. When was the law of identity different? When was it not as we know it today?
That's literally not what the way he meant by that.
Oh,
That's
can you
not what I
clarify
meant.
what you meant by that? Because you said
Yeah.
that
That
the laws
the-
of logic are not as we know
Do you
them
think
today.
that the ancient Mesopotamians had laws of logic?
Did the laws of logic apply during that time?
That's not what
It
he was
should
talking
have.
about.
Wait a minute. So, do you think that we invented or discovered the laws of logic?
We invented.
Oh, we
as a
invented it.
descriptive tool.
Oh,
It's
wait,
a
no, not the
descriptive
language
tool.
to describe it. I'm not talking about the language to describe it. I'm talking about the actual phenomena, the pattern in nature, the
Yeah.
regularity that we're talking about.
So-
We invented
hold
that,
on.
is what you're saying?
Hold on. So we invented the tools in which we use to understand if something comports with reality or not. Logic is one of those tools that we created to understand if something comports with reality or not.
Oh, so logic isn't a part of reality. It's a human invention.
It
So the
takes
law
a
of identity
mind
is
to
not a- is
understand
not a-
logic.
So you're
it takes
saying
a
that the law-
mind. It takes a mind to understand the concept of logic. Yes.
Okay, no, that's fair, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're saying that the law of identity is not a actual part of reality. We invented that.
It is a part of reality. That's what I just said.
That's not what you just-
It's
no,
a
you
way
said that's a tool
we
that
have
we
used
invented.
logic. We have used logic as a language to describe reality. It is a language that is descriptive of reality. Logic itself is nothing. It's just a language we
so it does-
created.
So you understand that you're contradicting yourself right now, because on one hand you're saying it's a part of reality. On the other hand, you're saying we invented it. I think what
I
you mean-
never said it was a part of reality.
Well, let me correct you.
I've said from the beginning, Eli, that it is a way we use to understand. It is a descriptive tool to understand if something comports with reality. So you can try to straw man my position all you want.
No,
I've
you're saying two
always
things
said
at
the
same
same
time.
thing.
No, you're saying two things at the same time. You're
And
saying one, that it's a
to be
tool that
clear,
we
even
invented,
even
and then
if
you're
humans
saying it's a
invented
pattern in
it, it's
reality.
still
So
it's
is it
still
a tool that we
reality.
invented? Is it a tool that we invented, or is it a pattern in reality? It can't be both.
All right, so it is reality, but the way we describe the reality is using logical tools.
No, that's called
that
language.
we created.
That's-
we
we create
created
language
the
to
means.
describe things.
Hold on. A mind created the way that we go through the process of determining if something is logical or illogical, if something comports with reality or not. A mind had to have made that mechanism for our minds to think about whether or not something comports with reality. Now, does logic always comport with reality? Yes, because that's why we use logical tools, because it does comport. We have found that it always comports with reality.
Okay, so I think I understand.
It's just
what
like
you're
saying
talking
2
about.
plus
No,
2.
what you're doing is
2
you're
plus
confusing-
hold on. 2 plus 2 equaling 4 comports with reality, okay? It is a real life thing, but 2 plus 2 equals 4 is nothing without a mind. There is nothing to 2 plus 2 equaling 4 without a mind to think of it.
So you're a nominalist.
Sure.
Okay, gotcha. So let me debunk this a little bit, because you've got something confused. You're confusing the practice of logical thinking and philosophy as a practice that utilizes logic as, again, because many times in your
I'm
statement...
not confusing anything. All of it is just reality.
So I understand you're the host and it's your space, but
Eli,
politely, if I
Eli, I'm
interrupt
not
you, I would
confusing any.
appreciate if you didn't interrupt me.
Eli,
I know,
none of it.
but can you be
logic?
courteous? I thought we were gonna be
Logic and reality are not synonyms. Reality is reality. Logic is just a description of reality.
No, again, you're mistaking this. So logic as a word, like the air that's coming out of my mouth and my lips that form the English word logic, that's language, okay? But that's the tool that we're using to describe a phenomena, a pattern that we see within the regularity of reality. That's objective, and that exists outside of a human mind.
No, it doesn't.
We use language and we use the practice of philosophy and logical and rational thinking in order to determine, like you said, what is logical and illogical. But the way that you put it gets really confusing because you're basically saying, well, logic is a tool that we invent to describe a real thing that doesn't really exist if our mind's not there. That's really messy, right?
Well, that's not what he said, so maybe that's why you're confused.
Okay, well then so explain to me what are we
he's the
describing
master
that
of
it doesn't
straw
exist
manning.
without our mind? No, explain to me how
Justin,
it doesn't...
maybe you can describe it better so Eli's pea-side brain can understand what is being said.
I get told to act like an adult, and when I'm having a real
We'll try
conversation
to
with
use
you guys,
the least amount of words possible. The least amount of words possible.
Eli,
the laws of logic are a description of how
second.
the universe behaves. That's it.
Say that again.
The laws of logic are a description of how the universe behaves. That's it. Nothing more.
That's begging
nothing
the
less.
question, though. Like, we're talking about how the universe
Not
is
begging
behaving.
the trash.
Does this behavior exist absent our minds?
The behavior has nothing to do with the laws of logic. The laws of logic are descriptive of the behavior.
Wait. So no. You hear what you just said. You said the behavior has nothing to do with the laws of logic. The laws of logic describe the behavior. You understand how foolish that sounds, right?
That's right. Yeah, because the laws of logic don't derive from the behavior of the universe.
Eli, the foolish person is the one that thinks that some sky fairy made the laws of logic
No, wait a minute. You just said,
thing.
Get a load of this. You just said that
I'll clarify if you weren't actually listening. So the laws of logic are not a derivative, right? They're not derived from the thing that they're describing. They're describing a thing. That's it.
It's just a description, buddy. I don't know how.
There's no metaphysical law out there. They're not prescriptive.
It's just like 2 rocks plus 2 rocks equals 4 is just a description for us to understand that now we have 4 rocks. Without a mind, that means nothing. It's nothingness. It's just rocks. So even math doesn't have some sort of like transcendent meaning. The only meaning that is given to math is a mind that uses it to describe the world around it. The world around it does exist without that mind existing. But the descriptions of that do not. I don't know how this is so hard.
Yeah, if humans don't exist, neither do the laws of logic. He doesn't know how to unmute himself.
All right, I'm going to give you an invite.
I got muted. No, this is an important question. So you're saying that if the human mind can't comprehend it, then it doesn't exist.
I didn't say that.
Nobody said that.
Not even close.
Again, straw manning the
if there's
position.
no mind to comprehend it, it doesn't exist.
Nope. I said
didn't say that at all.
I said that there would still be rocks there, even if there wasn't a mind to say 2 rocks, and 2 rocks is 4, now I have 4. There are still rocks there, whether there's a mind there or not, or there's still whatever makes up rocks are still going to be there. But the concept that there's 4 rocks, non-existent.
The math. It does. Okay, so the math wouldn't exist if there was no mind to do
No,
the
it's
math.
just a description of the world around us.
And so does that apply to geometry?
Yep.
Okay, so you are
the
in
description.
complete disagreement with the mathematicians who acknowledge that tesseracts, 4D objects, and expanding geometric shapes that our mind can't comprehend, that they'd say they actually exist even though our mind can't hold them, right?
No, mathematicians don't hold platonic forms.
They don't hold the platonic forms, but they say that these shapes are 100% real. They don't subscribe to your view that
So just be clear, you're really confused about what the mathematicians are saying. They're not saying that the descriptions are real. They're saying that the thing we're describing does exist within reality, but the language we're using to describe them, that language is invented by humans.
That's
the
what I said.
language.
Now you're coming
The
back to my
language
side.
is equivalent to the laws of logic. The laws of logic are a language to describe the universe. The universe is a material, non-transcendental
The law of identity
existence.
is synonymous with language. Got it.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So if there were no humans to speak, there would be no law of identity. Do you guys just self-own so hard? You just said
Because
the law of identity
it's descriptive,
is
not
synonymous with
prescriptive.
language. Okay.
Yes.
This guy is like very lacking brain cells.
So is the
Eli,
law of
so
gravity,
listen.
is the law of gravity synonymous with language too?
It's not a law.
It's
It's
not
a
a law?
description.
So
just
Isaac
to be
Newton
clear,
didn't describe
you're going to
the-
keep
didn't define the law
misusing
of
the word
gravity?
law here, and every time you do it, we're just going to call you out on it, right?
No,
so
you guys are
the
you
law
guys are-
the law of
nominalist
gravity
worldview is retarded, and I'm
defines a
pointing it out.
description of how gravity works.
All right, we're not going to
Like,
use the
gravity
R's
doesn't
word.
have
You
guys
do it
just
again, you'll
said
be
the law
Gravity-
is synonymous with language.
So the law of gravity is not saying that the bodies in space are trying to obey a law, some transcendental law that exists in the universe. The law we're describing is a invented description. All of the laws of physics, just like anything else that comes from the human mind, are descriptive of the world. We call it a law because it's constant. He's trying so hard to find something transcendental because he wants to make an argument against nominalism, and he can't do it.
No, I'm literally making the case. You guys just said that the law of gravity and the law of identity is synonymous with the language. So it's the exact same thing as the words coming out my mouth. So that would mean that the words coming out of my mouth are the causal effect of the thing. That's
Nope,
how
not even close. They describe the thing.
Okay, so that's what's in question is the thing. So you agree the thing exists absent humans then?
We agree gravity exists, yes.
No, okay, so the same would apply to the law of identity then. Absent
The
humans.
law of identity doesn't exist because it's not a thing.
You just said the thing, dude.
It's a description.
It's not a thing, it's a behavior.
So I thought you just said it's not a thing. Now it's a behavior.
I just
One
said it's
second
not a thing.
Now it's a
I said
behavior.
gravity
All over
is
the
a
place.
thing. We'll try this thing. Gravity is a thing. It's the warping of space-time. You're trying to conflate gravity with the laws of logic, and they're not the same.
My point is more about, I'll admit, my point is more about the immaterial things, but I went to the law of gravity to also demonstrate, again, your
Well, the law of gravity can
accounts
barely
for
be
material.
even classified as immaterial.
It
Depends
does
on what you think
only
immaterial
account for the
means.
material.
Yeah,
That's all we
exactly.
have
I'm
is
pointing-
material.
No, but this is where I'm describing how this is obviously incorrect, because if we have abstract concepts that are patterns in reality that you can't touch, see, or feel, but you know exist, then they exist immaterially.
No, they don't.
So
They exist materially. The laws of logic are describing things that exist in the real material world.
Okay, so can you pick up the law of identity and hand it to me?
No, it's not a real
If
thing.
I write it on a piece of paper, it's not a real thing.
You just said it's describing a real thing in reality, and now
Yeah,
you're
it
saying
is,
it's not a
but
real
the
thing.
law of
I am
identity itself is
exposing
not a
that.
real thing, you dumb shit.
Wait, so-
We've told
so
you
the
the
law of
same
identity-
thing like 30 fucking times.
This might be the dumbest person I've ever talked to from the
No, this is
ortho-filbro
actually
cringe
one.
movement.
This is hilarious. I'm clipping this because
So I don't know if
forever
you know
on YouTube, but you don't have to worry about clipping it. It's
Yeah, you ain't
forever
gotta
on
clip nothing.
YouTube.
So
Yeah, good,
just
because this is lit-
just to be clear, you can describe a process, and that doesn't mean that an actual thing, like a noun, exists. The laws of logic are describing behaviors. They're not describing a thing. They're describing behaviors, how the universe behaves, which we've explained 15 times, and you refuse to actually listen to the words coming out of our mouths. So a behavior isn't a thing. You can't pick up a behavior. You can't put your finger in the middle of the behavior. You can't put a behavior in the microwave and heat it up. It's a process. It's a behavior. The laws of logic aren't a thing that you can touch. They don't have transcendental ontology. It's a description of how the universe behaves. So do you want to deal with that description, or
Yes.
did you want to straw man our position
No,
more?
we're getting somewhere. So first of all, I never said that they had ontology per se.
Do they have ontology?
No, but let me ask you something. You said
No.
the behavior
Yes
is
or
not.
no?
No,
Do
I
the
wanna-
laws of logic have ontology?
No, but they have a grounding, in which they don't have in your worldview.
Can you have a grounding without ontology?
They exist within a mind.
Can you have grounding without ontology?
Okay, fair enough. Not a physical ontology. That's what I
Oh,
meant.
okay. Oh,
I made a
okay. So
mistake.
now
Hey, I
they
made a
don't.
mistake. I'm
Okay,
willing
just
to admit when I
checking.
made a mistake. Listen, what I want to get to is you said a behavior is not a thing, right?
A behavior is a process.
Does it exist?
That's a category error.
No, it's a question. Does it exist?
Behaviors don't have ontology.
But so they're not real?
Behaviors don't have ontology. They don't have existence.
So if they don't exist,
behaviors describe the process of things that do exist.
Okay, but the behavior itself has regularity, right?
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
So the law of identity sometimes has regularity and sometimes doesn't.
No, I didn't say the law of identity. You
That
asked
has
me.
nothing to do with the law of identity.
We'll try this again. You said, do things have regularity? And I said,
No, I said
sometimes
behavior.
yes, and sometimes no, because some things do have regularity, some things don't have regularity.
Okay.
Now
so-
you have to shift the goalpost to one of the laws of logic because you misstated your first question.
No, I'm bringing it back to what I've been talking about this entire time. So if the law of logic is a behavior, and you say it doesn't have existence.
No,
it
the
doesn't
law
have
of logic is not a
ontology.
behavior. The law of logic describes a behavior.
Oh my God! You keep saying the law of logic isn't a behavior; it describes a behavior. That a behavior is what we're talking about. Does that behavior?
A behavior has no ontology. It's a process.
I know, but does that behavior have regularity?
Which one?
The law of identity.
The law of identity describes a behavior that is regular.
Okay, so finally, so you keep again. You are all right. Fine, good. So the law. of
Words have
identity
meanings,
has
Eli.
regularity.
Pay attention.
I know, but the meaning isn't synonymous with isn't reduced to a particular in the word. That's where you're mistaking. So
I don't think you know what synonymous means.
no, it has meaning.
I don't
and
think
yes,
he
in
knows
that
what
case, it
many
would be
things
synonymous.
mean.
But
No,
what I'm saying is
like
that
you've learned a bunch of philosophical words, but you don't know how to put them in sentences
Well,
yet.
no. But you keep saying whenever I say, "Does
What
the
do you
law
think
of identity
synonymous
have-"
means?
Yeah, synonymous means like an identical definition, right?
There we go. Yes, yes,
So,
exactly.
Look, again, I haven't insulted you guys, and I'm willing to admit whenever I trip up, I'm really not coming in here to be an asshole. You guys started being an asshole to me first. So this just,
No,
I mean, at least as
you
far as
lied
topics go,
about. Hold
you
on.
guys just-
Now, Eli, you can say that, but coming in here and lying about what I said, lying about what Justin said, constantly trying to strawman our arguments, constantly misrepresenting us, that is being rude. You might not think it is, but when you are trying to misrepresent us for your own benefit, that is being an asshole. And so that is why you are getting the reaction you're getting from me and Justin.
Fair enough. I would disagree and say that I'm not misrepresenting you guys. I'm just asking you questions, and you're kind of all over the place. So
Nope, we've answered it the same every time.
I feel like we've given the
finally
same
got
answer
somewhere, and now
500
you're trying
times.
to Gish Gallop away from my line of questioning.
That's not what Gish Gallop means.
Yeah, no,
He
you guys are
doesn't
bringing
know
up all kinds of
anything.
That's not what Gish Gallop means, Eli.
It is. It's bringing up a bunch of other points and other things in order to derail from the original conversation.
That's called a pivot.
Yeah, that's called
So
a
Gish
pivot.
Gallop is when you get your turn to make an argument and you gallop through so many arguments that they can't all be addressed.
Okay. Well, what
Eli
I'm
doesn't know
saying is
shit.
Getting back.
Eli,
to-
you're not a good ortho, bro.
Yep. He's horrible. I've got to go to bed, guys. I've got to get up early for work. Justin, thank you so much. We will definitely be doing this again here on JA Debates. And yeah. Justin, thank you. I cannot
love
tell
you,
you
buddy.
how thankful I am that you scheduled, and we will schedule again. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. All the people in the YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. You tap that like. It means a lot to the channel. This is a newer channel, and we're trying to get it out there. We have several people coming up here in the future as the co-hosts. Make sure that you are subscribed here, please. Over here, this is not my normal account, Joyful Apostate, so if you see me here, Don't think that you're automatically following, because this is a different account. This is a new account. The other account, I have close to 18,000 followers. Here, I only have like 2,500. Make sure to follow here. Justin, as always, I'm sure every one of you is following Justin. I probably don't have to say it, but go over, subscribe to Justin if you're not. Go over there and follow him if you're not. And also, lastly, Crystal J. If you're not following Crystal J on TikTok, make sure that you check out Crystal J. She brings a lot of good content. She does a non-believer Bible study. She has Decon Q&A with Crystal J, where she brings up creators like me, Justin, Joel Reads Bible, Mezzo, and she makes it to where you guys that are friendlies can come up and talk to the creators that really don't have a whole lot of time during their lives to have those conversations. Make sure to check out Crystal J. Other than that, guys, have a wonderful night. Justin, love you, brother, and we will talk soon.